morning, everyone. So we're gonna say the prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct our plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those that love you. Amen.
You may be seated. Announcements by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. The notice of absence received for today's meeting is for the honorable member for Orange Walk South and the honorable member for Belize Rural South. Honorable members, today marks a unique and significant sitting of this honorable house. For many of you, this is your first time participating in proceedings within this chamber, and I wish to warmly welcome you. I also extend a welcome to those present in the galleries and those following these proceedings. Your presence reflects the importance of what is happening here today and the national interest in the discussions that will unfold. This chamber carries with it a deep responsibility. It is here that the people of Belize are represented. It is here that different views are expressed, ideas are challenged, and national decisions begin to shape thoughtful debate and consideration. Today, you step into that space. I encourage all honorable members to approach today's proceeding with confidence, but also with respect for the rules of this House, for one another, and for the roles you have been called upon to perform. Honorable members, I remind you that our standing orders guide our proceedings. They ensure that every voice may be heard in an orderly and respectful manner. I therefore urge you to be mindful of the time and the manner of your speaking, the relevance of your contributions, and the conduct expected within this chamber. Let this sitting reflect not only your preparation, but your appreciation of the responsibility that comes with being entrusted to speak on behalf of others. Today's deliberation matters. The voice raised in this chamber today matter. The ideas shared here have the power to inspire change beyond these walls. I thank you. Now, for the business of the House, Madam Clerk.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, This is the motion approving the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in public, political, and economic spheres 2026. Madam Speaker, I move whereas the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, BDPFA, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, call upon states to implement structural and systemic measures to eliminate barriers preventing women's full participation in leadership and decision-making. And whereas the UNICEF Belize Gender Analysis 2023 highlights that despite existing legal and policy frameworks, women remain significantly underrepresented in decision-making roles, even though women constitute a substantial share of the population. And whereas Belize continues to exhibit one of the widest gender gaps in political empowerment within the region, with women estimated to be 93% less likely than men to have equal opportunities for political participation. And whereas additional structural barriers impede young women's pathways into leadership, including high rates of early marriage and unions relative to the region, rural and poverty-linked school dropout rates, and women's concentration in vulnerable forms of employment. And whereas young women leaders also face intersecting challenges such as age-based discrimination within political and civic institutions, limited access to mentorship and sponsorship opportunities, persistent gender stereotypes regarding leadership, and continued underrepresentation in decision-making spaces at both national and local levels. And whereas these structural and social constraints reinforce unequal access to leadership opportunities and require a transformative systems-based approach that addresses institutional barriers, shifts harmful norms, strengthens leadership pipelines, and promotes intergenerational collaboration. And whereas temporary special measures, including quotas, reserved seats, leadership training, and targeted support mechanisms are internationally recognized and recommended tools to accelerate equality by correcting historical and systemic exclusion from leadership and decision-making roles. Now therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House supports the development and implementation of temporary special measures to advance the participation of young women in public, political, and economic leadership in fulfillment of Belize's national and international commitments. And be it further resolved that the government shall take all necessary steps to A, establish appropriate mechanisms, including quotas or other affirmative measures, to increase the participation of women and young women in political and public leadership. B, implement national leadership development, mentorship, and capacity building programs to strengthen pathways for young women entering leadership roles. C, promote inclusive policies and institutional reforms to address barriers faced by rural, marginalized, and economically vulnerable young women. D, undertake public education and awareness initiatives to challenge harmful gender norms and promote inclusive and shared leadership. And E, strengthen collaboration among government, the National Assembly, civil society, educational institutions, and youth organizations to support sustained leadership, development, and inclusive governance. Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? I rise today to move a motion that is not merely about policy, but about the fabric of our society. As the Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs, and as the representative for the resilient people of Corozal Bay, I stand here to say that the time for structural transformation is now. This Women's Month, our theme is balancing the scales. But these scales do not balance themselves when one side has been weighed down by generations of systemic exclusion. The World Economic Forum reports that Belize has among the widest political empowerment gaps in the region, as women are estimated to be 93% less likely than men to have equal opportunities for political participation. This is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, we are losing the intellectual and economic capital of half our population to the statistical silence brought about by existing structural barriers, including the disproportionate burden of caregiving, limited access in our rural constituencies, and inadequate mentorship opportunities. We see more women enrolled in schools than ever before, yet the success evaporates before it reaches a boardroom or this honorable house. To fix this, we need more than just a seat at the table. We need new architecture for leadership itself. This motion calls for the development of leadership coaching, peer advisory, and career growth support that is designed by women leaders for women leaders. For too long, women have been expected to navigate systems built by and for men, often being told to simply adjust to a structure that was never meant to hold them. We need a sisterhood of leadership where a young woman from a rural village can be mentored by those who preceded her, ensuring that her path is not a lonely trek, but a paved highway. We must foster spaces where women can advise one another on the unique hurdles of public life, turning individual success into a collective blueprint for the next generation. Our approach must be intentionally intersectional to amplify the voices of the most vulnerable among us who have been left furthest behind. Women fighting the suffocating grip of poverty and domestic violence, Indigenous women and women of color whose contributions have been historically sidelined, and our LGBTQ community who face double the stigma. However, Madam Speaker, mentorship and quotas are only half the battle. If we change policies but do not change the hearts and minds of our people, our progress will remain limited. We need a deep national re-socialization of both our men and our women, our boys and our girls. This is not just a woman's issue, it is a societal one. We must dismantle the ancient harmful narrative that suggests leadership is inherently a masculine trait or that the domestic sphere is a woman's place. This re-socialization must begin in our homes, our schools, our communities. We must teach our boys that shared leadership is not a loss of male power, but a doubling of our national strength. We must empower our girls to see themselves not as the supporting cast of history, but as its primary architects. The Ministry of Human Development is ready to lead the shifting of these social norms through public education and community outreach. Temporary special measures work. We can see it in Rwanda and Mexico, where their reforms have resulted in near equal representation at the federal level, reflecting the faces of its people. These measures are the corrective tools we need to break the cycle of historical exclusion. They are the bridge between the Belize we have and the Belize we need. We are demanding the fulfillment of our right to women's participation and representation. When we empower a young woman to lead, we are building resilience, creating pathways, and strengthening the very fabric of the Belizean society. Madam Speaker, the scales are waiting, and the young women of Belize are watching. They are waiting to see if this house has the vision to match their ambition. Let us have the courage to shift those scales today, creating a Belize where leadership reflects our whole people, not just half of them. I commend this motion to the House. Madam Speaker, I now open the floor for the debate on the motion.
I recognize the honorable member for Albert, the leader of the opposition.
Honorable Madam Speaker, permission to reference my notes. Hundreds of millions of women around the world are absent from the workforce, not because they lack skill, not because they lack ambition, but because they are carrying responsibilities that has been quietly decided are theirs and theirs alone. This is the reality we are confronting today. In 2023, the International Labour Organization reported that of the 750 million persons aged 15 or older that were not in the labor force, 710 million were women. 710 million women worldwide were not participating in the global labor force because of care responsibilities. As representative from the Albert Division, I approach this motion with both a national perspective and the lived realities of the communities I represent. Albert is the heart of Belize City, and yet many of the challenges faced by women there reflect broader issues affecting women countrywide. Women in my division speak about the difficulty of accessing land and affordable housing, and the economic limitations that arise when family responsibilities such as childcare and elder care fall disproportionately on their shoulders. These responsibilities often limit access to opportunities for those that want to choose another path. The opposition, therefore, wishes to make one point very clear at the onset. We do not oppose this motion in principle. Expanding opportunities for women in leadership is important, and we have committed to these in the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Madam Speaker, the responsibility of this House is not only to support good intentions, but to ensure that policies are practical, equitable, and sustainable. Women face a lot of challenges, but two big things come to mind: culture and money. Sometimes women are not seen to be suitable to step up in roles of leadership, and other times they might not have access to money to pay for education, to pay for business startups, or other endeavors that they would want to take up. This is why the opposition believes this conversation must go deeper. This debate must examine three critical questions. Can quotas boost representation without harming merit or trust, or without creating a fake sense of equity in Belize? How can we change norms that deter young women from leadership? And how do we ensure initiatives reach marginalized women? Members of the government, the reality is that gender inequality in leadership does not exist in isolation. It intersects with geography, economic class, and access to education. If we fail to address these intersecting barriers, then the benefits of this motion may never reach the very women it intends to empower. For this reason, while the opposition supports the intention of this motion, we believe its implementation must be done with careful analysis. First, we have to engage in proper research and analysis to guide implementation. And second, it should not take long, nor should it be a burden on the tax dollars of the Belizean people. A recent study done by teams in Australia and Canada found that in 2 months of targeted research, it effectively informed decision-making on policy, planning, and funding. This proves two things: that first, proper data, including numbers, costs, and impact before we act, is important. And second, this does not have to take long or cost a lot of money. By working with NGOs, community leaders, and institutions, Belize can gather information quickly and make sure our policies work. Our responsibility in this House is not simply to recognize these challenges, but to ensure that the policies we adopt create genuine and accessible pathways for women from every background and every community. Women belong in leadership, and women have always belonged in leadership. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Orange Walk Central, the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to reference my notes. Madam Speaker, honorable members of this Assembly, I rise today in support of this motion accelerating young women's leadership through temporary special measures. I do not only in support of this motion, but in my capacity as Prime Minister and as Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance. This motion speaks not only to political leadership, but to the economic participation and national development of young women across Belize. Because this conversation is not only about representation, it is about the strength of our institutions and the future of how our Belize grows and transforms. Madam Speaker, Belizean women have long demonstrated resilience, strength, and leadership across every sector of our society. Throughout communities, their contributions continue to shape the direction of this country, and as a nation, we must ensure that this contribution is not only recognized, but it is supported. Because recognition alone is not enough. Opportunity is what transforms potential into progress. We are living in an age of constant change, an age where information moves quickly, where global challenges unfold now in real time, and where uncertainty has become part of the environment in which we operate. What that uncertainty does not affect all countries equally. Small, open communities like Belize feel those pressures more deeply, which means that our response must be deliberate and it must be inclusive. And it must ensure that no segment of our population is left behind, because in time of global uncertainty, a country that does not fully include its people is a country that limits its own resilience. Belize has already made its commitments to the ratification on the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and through our endorsement of the Beijing Platform for Action, our country has recognized that equal participation in leadership is essential to national development. Yet, when we examine our current reality, we see that progress has not moved as quickly as those commitments required. Madam Speaker, the question before the House is not whether young women in Belize have the capacity to lead, because we already are. The question is whether our systems are prepared to support them, and I say that deliberately, because there was once a time when it was said that Belizeans had no talent, but every single day across this country, our people prove otherwise. And from where I sit in finance and economic transformation, I see clearly that when talent is left unsupported, it is not only a social gap, it becomes an economic one. Across this country, from Oranjewak to Toledo, and in our coastal communities like Dangriga, young women are already leading in agriculture, tourism, small businesses within their own communities. But too often that leadership does not translate into opportunity, and that is where our responsibility lies. Because when leadership reaches women across every district, we are not just expanding leadership, we are strengthening the Belize's economy from the ground up. For many young women, especially in rural and vulnerable communities, the pathway into leadership is narrowed long before they have the chance to step forward. Barriers such as limited access to mentorship, financial constraints, and social expectations continue to shape participation. If we are serious about expanding leadership, then we must also look at Belize through the intersections of geography, language, access, and opportunity. Because when access is limited, leadership potential is left undiscovered, and as we advance e-governance in Belize, we must also ensure that digital transformation becomes a bridge instead of a barrier. Access to services, information, and opportunity must reach young women in every part of this country, because leadership today is not only physical, it has also taken form in something as small as a phone. Temporary special measures exist to address this challenge, that they are about replacing merit. They are not about replacing merit. They are about ensuring that opportunity reaches those who are ready to contribute. And when more women are included in leadership and decision-making, Belize benefits through stronger institutions, more balanced policies, and more sustainable economic growth. But policy alone will never be enough. We must now move from principle to implementation. This means expanding access to financing through a national Young Women in Enterprise and Investment program, and establishing a Women's Economic Participation and Innovation Fund to support entrepreneurship and business growth. It means strengthening digital access through an e-governance inclusion initiative, ensuring that women can fully participate in modern digital economy. It means opening pathways into emerging sectors through a Women in Aviation and Emerging Industries program, so that women, young women, are part of the future of the workforce of Belize. And it means ensuring that these opportunities reach rural and coastal communities, so that geography does not determine the access to their opportunities. Because economic empowerment and leadership must go hand in hand. And if we are serious about transformation, honorable members, an economy that does not fully utilize people is an economy that limits its own potential. Because even when opportunity expands, so does our innovations. So too does our economic growth. And so too does the strength of our democracy, our economy, and the future of us as a nation. And that is the Belize that we are building. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Belize Rural Central.
Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? Madam Speaker, I arise in full unwavering support of this motion, a motion that is not about social equity, but about our national survival and economic destiny. We stand at a pivotal moment in our national journey. As we advance through 2026, we must recognize a fundamental truth. Gender equality is not merely a social aspiration. It is a hard-coded national development strategy. When we exclude the talent, the intellect, and the lived experiences of half of our population, we have a democracy running on half its strength. Empowering our young women to take up leadership positions is a direct investment in the quality of our democracy. Research and history show that when women lead, governance improves, transparency increases, and economic growth is more inclusive. Belize is a tapestry of culture, ages, and backgrounds. Our leadership should be a true reflection of that diversity. Yet, Madam Speaker, we must be honest with ourselves. Despite the strides we have made, young women, particularly those from our rural communities, remain significantly underrepresented in the rooms where the future of our nation is decided. In fact, data from the Interparliamentary Union listed that as of early 2026, women hold only 12.5% of seats in this National Assembly. Our journey is guided by the stars of our international commitments. We are mindful of the Beijing Declaration and Platform Action, and we remain firmly committed to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. These are not just ink on paper. They are solemn promises to the daughters of Belize that their government will dismantle the barriers standing in their way. However, Madam Speaker, the path to leadership is not paved equally for all. In my own constituency of Rural Central, from the banks of the Sibon to the heart of Ladyville and Hattieville, young women face a unique and daunting set of triple burdens that demands more than just our sympathy. It demands our intervention. First, they face economic vulnerability. According to the Statistical Institute of Belize's September 2025 report, multidimensional poverty in rural areas of Belize were at 27.8%, which was significantly higher than the 6.5% recorded in urban areas. For these women, the high cost of political participation is compounded by the disproportionate load of unpaid care work, leaving them with no time to organize. To break this cycle, we must be intentional. We must strengthen rural infrastructure by improving child and elderly care services to free up their time, while simultaneously creating financial support mechanisms, such as grants and revolving funds to fuel the political aspirations of economically vulnerable women. Second, these women endure geographic and digital isolation, facing higher transportation costs and a lack of the networking hubs that are found in the city. We must meet them where they are by establishing rural leadership incubators, training programs located directly in their communities to provide tools for public speaking, campaign management, and policy analysis, and by closing the digital divide to ensure they are permanently connected to the national discourse. Finally, we cannot ignore the social and cultural norms, those lingering patriarchal norms that claim leadership is a man's work, causing security concerns with the rise of cyber harassment and political violence that target women. To counter this, we must adopt temporary special measures, such as legislative quotas to ensure a critical mass of women in government. These are not handouts. They are essential corrections for a system tilted against women for centuries, coupled with robust institutional safeguards to strengthen our laws against gender-based political violence to ensure that public sphere is safe for everyone. Madam Speaker, rural inclusion means ensuring that a young woman from a small village has the same opportunity to lead this country as someone from the capital. By removing these barriers, we don't just help women, we elevate the entire nation. Equality is the fuel for our national development. Let us ensure that the next generation of leaders includes the young women of Rural Central and beyond, for they are the architects of the Belize we wish to see. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Kaya Nurt.
Madam Speaker, before I proceed, may I reference my notes? I rise to contribute to the motion presented, and as my fellow member stated, I do not oppose its intentions. However, I seek to understand its practical application and effectiveness. The empowerment of women in general is an urgent topic in our country, more so young women in leadership roles. Belize has been in self-governance for 4 years, working to improve the lives of its people. Agreements and collaborations have been made over several years and across different governing parties, including international agreements to support the empowerment of women. For example, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Fourth World Conference on Women, which produced the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. These initiatives are supposed to eliminate barriers that keep women within ascribed roles. Among the United Nations members, only a few countries have implemented policies that have led to the growth of women in male-dominated fields. To appease women's advocacy groups in male-dominated fields, they are given positions that align with their perceived nature. Research shows that women score higher on emotional intelligence tests than men do. This translates into the keen observation women have for noticing nuances in people. In 2026, there are 923 registered nurses, 91 of which are men and a majority of which are women. Moreover, from a very young age, children are conditioned according to their sex of what they should do as a girl and what they shouldn't do as a boy, as acknowledged in a 2023 report by the World Bank Group. There are villages in our countries where some women drop out either because they get pregnant or they get married at a very young age. This should not be happening. We are losing talent that can and should improve our country or in their own communities. Therefore, it is critical to tackle the problem at its root, such as through a sensitization session that broadens and dismantles gender norms. For instance, the Project Caribbean Heroes Initiative was launched in collaboration with the UNESCO alongside the Institution for Gender and Development Studies of the University of the West Indies. It has proven effective in Jamaica, ensuring 30% of women are present in decision-making roles. Therefore, implementing this would help accelerate women's presence in different sectors. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Caribbean Shores.
Madam Speaker, before I proceed, may I refer to my notes? Madam Speaker, I rise today to give my full support to the motion set before this honorable House. Like my colleagues before me have rightly stated, this motion calls on us not only to acknowledge inequality, but to take deliberate action to correct it, particularly as it affects young women across Belize. Madam Speaker, the evidence is clear. Honorable Guerra highlighted that Belize continues to have one of the widest gender gaps in political empowerment in the region, with women estimated to be 93% less likely than men to have equal opportunities for political participation. Women also remain underrepresented in decision-making at both national and local levels, despite their contributions across every sector of our society, despite being the very backbone of our communities. This is not a question of ability, it is a question of access. For many young women, access is shaped by circumstance. It is shaped by where they are born, the opportunities that are given to them, and whether pathways to leadership are open or quietly out of reach. So when we speak about inclusive reform, we are speaking about removing the conditions that determine who gets to lead and who is expected to wait. Madam Speaker, Belize has committed itself to advancing gender equality through national policy and through the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal number 5, which calls for equal participation in leadership at all levels. But commitments alone are not progress. So I ask this honorable House, how long will we continue to measure progress by intention rather than by impact? We have strategies and frameworks, but a policy that does not reach the woman it is intended to serve is not progress, it is paperwork. Implementation must be intentional. It must reach the young woman in rural communities. It must reach the young mother balancing education and survival. It must reach the young professional who is ready to lead but is still waiting for an opportunity. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Labor, I recognize that leadership and economic opportunity are closely linked. When young women are excluded from leadership pathways, they are also excluded from advancement within the workforce. Without measurable outcomes, inclusion risks remaining an intention rather than a result. This is why deliberate measures must be considered, including targeted benchmarks to improve representation in leadership spaces, particularly within public institutions. As we look at governance, the responsibility becomes even clearer. Who sits at the table matters because it shapes the decisions that follow. If participation is limited, then representation is incomplete. Madam Speaker, in communities like Caribbean shores and across this entire country, we see potential every single day. Young women who are capable, who are driven and ready to contribute, but potential alone is not enough. Opportunity, we must meet it with opportunity. As Honorable Prime Minister Boyd reminded us, there was once a time when it was believed that Belizeans had no talent, but that has been proven wrong. For talent exists in every way in Belize. It is opportunity that does not, especially for women. Madam Speaker, there are those who will argue that our efforts such as these create imbalance. But creating space for those who have been historically excluded is not discrimination, it is good governance. And I believe the member for Bamopan, the Honorable Cardenas, Minister of Home Affairs, can agree with me when I say that to suggest that empowering women is the cause of broader social issues and challenges is not only inaccurate, it is irresponsible, it is ignorance. It diverts attention from the real issues that requires serious evidence-based solutions. Because the truth is, Madam Speaker, temporary special measures are about fairness. They are about correcting imbalance and accelerating equal access to leadership. Because when women are given real opportunity, we do not simply participate. We show up, we lead, we serve, we innovate. It is for this reason, Madam Speaker, that we believe this motion reinforces fairness by ensuring that young women are not left at the margins of national development. If we are serious about balancing the scales, then we must move beyond intention and into implementation. We must take action. Madam Speaker, we often speak about glass ceilings, but we know that these ceilings are not truly made of glass. They are upheld by systems, by structures, and by decisions. So as I come to an end, Madam Speaker, the question before us is no longer whether women are ready to lead. The question is whether we are ready to dismantle what has been holding them back. Madam Speaker, the future of Belize will not be defined by what we say in this House, but by who is given the opportunity to lead beyond it. Let that future be inclusive, one for all and one for women. Members of this honorable House, I urge you all to support this motion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Toledo East.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and fellow Belizeans, good morning. Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? I rise today in strong support of this motion, recognizing that advancing gender equality and women's leadership isn't just aspirational. It represents a strategic investment in Belize's economic transformation, human capital development, and long-term national prosperity. At its core, this motion acknowledges a fundamental truth. Inclusive economies are strong economies. When we expand access to leadership, opportunity, and decision-making, we do not redistribute growth, we accelerate it. Madam Speaker, data from the Statistical Institute of Belize shows that while women play a critical role in Belize's economy, as we make up approximately 40% of the labor force, we are still, Madam Speaker, more likely to be concentrated in informal and vulnerable employment. This limits not only our individual opportunity, but national productivity.
However, what is equally important and perhaps even more instructive is what the data tells us about outcomes when women are in positions of responsibility. According to Belize's multidimensional poverty index, households headed by women experience lower levels of multidimensional poverty than those headed by men. Women-led households recorded a lower poverty index of 0.124 compared to 0.152, and a lower incidence of poverty, 32.2% compared to 38.5%. Madam Speaker, this isn't simply a social observation. This is an economic insight. It demonstrates that when women are empowered to lead, manage resources, and make decisions, the outcomes are more stable, more efficient, and more resilient. And if women's leadership contributes to stronger household outcomes, then expanding women's leadership at the national level can only strengthen Belize's economic performance. Madam Speaker, as a member for Toledo East, I am especially mindful that economic inclusion must reach communities where they are needed most. Data shows that the Toledo district experiences the highest level of multi-dimensional poverty in this country, affecting nearly 60% of our population. And yet, we are already seeing what is possible when targeted investments are made. Through initiatives such as the Prosper Project, supported by this government and international partners, significant investments are being made to build economic capacity in southern communities, particularly among women, youth, and indigenous groups. These programs are strengthening skills development, supporting entrepreneurship, and expanding access to income-generating opportunities. There are programs at the community level, such as the Power Project in villages like Bella Vista and San Isidro, and similar initiatives in communities such as Pueblo Viejo, which have empowered women through sewing, production, and entrepreneurship, supporting their transition into small business ownership and sustainable livelihoods. Madam Speaker, these aren't just abstract projects. They are real intervention producing measurable economic outcomes. They demonstrate that when women are given the tools, the training, and the opportunity to lead, they do not only uplift themselves, they strengthen households, communities, and the broader economy. This motion provides a framework to scale these successes nationally. By advancing women leadership pipelines, mentoring programs, and targeted inclusion for young women, we are not only addressing an inequality, which is ever so blatant. We're unlocking productivity, expanding enterprise development, and strengthening Belize's economic resilience. Madam Speaker, economic development in the 21st century demands that we fully utilize our human capital. We cannot afford to leave leadership potential untapped, especially among our young women who represent a critical driver in innovation, growth, and sustainability. This motion is therefore not only timely, it is necessary. It aligns with our national development priorities, strengthens our economic trajectory, and positions Belize to compete more efficiently in a rapidly evolving global economy. Madam Speaker, when we invest in women, we invest in stronger households. When we invest in stronger households, we build stronger communities. And when we build stronger communities, we secure a stronger Belize. It is for these reasons, Madam Speaker, that I stand firmly in support of this motion. I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Belmopan.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to reference my notes. Madam Speaker, if what we see in this chamber today were reflected across Belize, we would not be having this debate. But the data tells us otherwise, and that is precisely why I stand today in full support of this motion, approving the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in public, political, and economic spheres. And in doing so, I challenge the very future we wish to see. According to the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index, Belize scores 0.07 in political empowerment. That means that women are 93% less likely than men to have equal opportunities for participation in politics. 93%. Not because young women lack the ability, not because they lack ambition, not because they lack dreams, but simply because the systems that we inherited were never designed to include them. And Madam Speaker, if the systems exclude, then it's only right that leadership correct. Madam Speaker, let us bring this even closer to home. In the National Assembly consisting of 31 elected representatives, only 4 are women. That is roughly 12.5% of representation in a country where women make up more than half the population. This is not a pipeline issue, it is a participation gap. And the 2023 UNICEF Gender Analysis confirms that women remain underrepresented in decision-making processes, while facing greater likelihood to economic vulnerability, higher concentration in informal and low-wage employment, and structural barriers linked to poverty, geography, and social expectations. This is not a coincidence, it is design. And so, Madam Speaker, let us address the argument we commonly hear, that leadership must be based purely on merit. But merit cannot rise where opportunity is restricted. Temporary special measures do not replace merit. They restore access to it. And let us be quite clear, supporting young women does not mean that we exclude young men. It simply means that we are correcting the gap that already exists. As the Minister of Home Affairs and Enterprise, I must emphasize that inclusive leadership is not a social ideal. It is a national necessity. Because leadership is built based on security and opportunity. Yet, too many of our young women remain faced with barriers that limit their institutional support and restricted access to capital and professional networks. Without addressing these barriers, leadership remains out of reach for so many. So our response must strengthen protection, expand access to economic opportunities, and create clear pathways for our young women to lead, both politically and publicly, as well as in enterprise. And internationally, these results are not theoretical, they are measurable. In Rwanda, the implementation of constitutional quotas have held great results, so much so that women hold over 60% of parliamentary seats, the highest in the world. In Mexico, gender parity laws have resulted in near equal opportunities for men and women in Congress. And even at the grassroots levels in India, reserved seats have brought over 1 million women into local leadership roles. Madam Speaker, these are not symbolic outcomes. They are structural transformation. They show us that when temporary special measures are implemented with intention, representation increases and leadership becomes more inclusive. And when women are given access to leadership, they do not simply participate, they excel. In our own region, leaders like the Honorable Mia Mottley have demonstrated what transformational leadership looks like. Steady in crisis, determined in the face of injustice, bold in vision, and unwavering in execution. Her leadership reminds us that the question has never been whether women can lead. It has always been whether the systems will allow enough women the opportunity to do so. Temporary special measures are not preferential treatment. They are time-bound, evidence-based, and recognized under international frameworks, designed to correct the historical and systematic exclusion. To oppose them is not to defend fairness. It is to defend inequality. For equality delayed is equality denied, and neutrality in the face of inequality isn't neutrality, it is complicity. And so today, this Honorable House must decide, will we accept a system that produces unequal outcomes, or will we implement solutions that have been proven to correct them? Madam Speaker, this motion has never been about offering young women a seat at the table. It has been about recognizing that this table, that our parliament, our economy, our future is fundamentally incomplete without them. So guided by responsibility, grounded in evidence, and committed to a more representative Belize, I stand in full support of this motion. I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Corozal North.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to reference my notes. Madam Speaker, the question before us is not whether women deserve representation. That has already been answered by countless women who sustain our classrooms, communities, and economies every day. The question is whether the systems we design will truly foster our leadership to emerge. Yes, we talk about promoting gender equality, empowerment, fairness, but this is about institutional culture, rural representation, and economic pressures. In discussing gender representation in education, we must ground ourselves in the policy framework. The Belize Teaching Service Commission Handbook outlines standards of certification and professional development aimed at ensuring high-quality education for all Belizean children. When we look at gender distribution among teachers, we see that women make up a significant majority of the teaching workforce. For example, about 90% of primary ed teachers and 60% of secondary level educators are women. Across primary teaching overall, women constitute roughly 3/4 of all teachers. The hands that teach and nurture are rarely the hands that get to decide. But these figures are a testament to the dedication, skill, and commitment of women across our classrooms. They also highlight an opportunity. If women are the cornerstone and foundation of education in Belize, we should ensure our leadership structures reflect this reality. Belize has seen strong female leadership in education before. In 1961, Gwendolyn Lizarraga, our country's first female minister, and served as the Minister of Education, Housing, and Social Services, and made significant contributions to the development of schools in Belize. Organizational culture still assumes that women are caregivers, that leadership is masculine, and that women should support rather than lead. So women remain in classrooms, but hardly in boardrooms. I rise as a representative of Corozal North and someone who was born and raised in that beautiful community. In Corozal North, women are already the backbone of our communities. They teach our children, sustain our households, and contribute to the local economy. Yet, too often they remain absent from decision-making spaces. Corozal faces significant economic challenges with poverty levels estimated over 38%, according to the Statistical Institute of Belize 2022 census. This affects job stability, wages, and opportunities for young people. When teachers are financially and emotionally overwhelmed, classrooms suffer, and women have less time and energy to pursue advancements. Teachers get their salary and yet continue to give back to their classrooms, using that same check to provide resources for students. I have seen this firsthand. My mother, a teacher for over 20 years, has done exactly that. Giving just not her time, but her own financial resources to support her students. Practical suggestions I bring forth this Honorable House: focus on informal leadership recognition, acknowledge women leading community projects, tutoring children in need, and organizing school activities. Leadership training programs tailored for rural educators, like mentorship, skill development, communication, and conflict management, and build regional networks to strengthen support systems. We cannot fault teachers for seeking better opportunities abroad. We must create conditions that encourage them to return and to feel value within our system. If we truly value education, we must reflect that in how we compensate educators. When teachers feel supported and valued, they are more likely to remain, to grow, and to contribute to national development. There are already women who want to move up, to become principals, administrators, and policymakers, but barriers still exist. Workload, family responsibilities, and yet are expected to nurture and manage households. Teachers still go home with lesson plans, even when resources exist to ease this workload. Overextended classroom hours also contribute to burnout for both teachers and students. Women dominate teaching. Teaching shapes future generations. Many of these teachers are women in rural communities, and this is why we push for inclusion and leadership pathways for their realities in order for them to achieve their transformative potential. As Florence Lewis Gillett, Belizean education pioneer stated, open quote, "Education is the foundation of national progress, and Belize are its builders." Madam Speaker, let us ensure that when we speak of representation, it reflects the lives and contributions of women across all communities. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Kaya South.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Speaker. May I please refer to my notes? Good morning, Madam Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, and fellow guests. As the Member of Parliament for Kaya South and Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, I rise today in strong support of this motion to implement temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in Belize. Madam Speaker, from the moment many young girls begin to understand the world around them, they begin to receive messages about what they can be and what they cannot be. Sometimes these messages are spoken directly. Sometimes they're whispered through expectations. Girls are told certain careers are too difficult, certain spaces are not meant for them, certain ambitions are unrealistic. And when women do dare to step into leadership roles, they often face criticism that has little to do with their abilities and everything to do with their gender. If a woman speaks firmly, she is called aggressive. If she speaks calmly, she is called weak. Madam Speaker, these double standards do more than just discourage women. They slowly erode confidence before many young women even have the chance to begin with. Too often, women are criticized not because they lack talent, but because they refuse to remain confined within the roles that society has prepared them for. Many people do not understand what it feels like to watch a woman be publicly mocked, despised, or ridiculed simply because she chooses to stand confidently in spaces traditionally dominated by men. Society teaches that their value lies not in their intellect or leadership, but in their appearance, their beauty, or their ability to fulfill traditional roles within their home. But Madam Speaker, women are far more than that. Women have minds, women have souls, women have ideas, women have ambition, and women have talent. And most of all, women have the power to lead. As one commenter once asked, how many Einsteins have spent their lives washing dishes? How many Maserats bent over stoves instead of pianos because they had the misfortune of being born a woman? Madam Speaker, that question should trouble us. Because when society fails to create opportunities for women, we do not simply hold our women back, we hold our entire nation back. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, I see firsthand how this critical is that women are not only included, but actively empowered in fields like engineering, construction, and urban planning. These sectors have traditionally been dominated by men, yet they're responsible for designing and building the very spaces in our citizens' life, work, and raise their families. When women are excluded from these professions, we limit the perspective that shapes our national development. We need more women engineers, more women project managers, more women at decision-making table in infrastructure development. If we are serious about building a stronger Belize, then we must ensure that young women are encouraged, supported, and given every opportunity to pursue careers in engineering and related fields. The future of our infrastructure must reflect the diversity of the people it serves. For far too long, the systems that govern our society were designed by men and primarily built for men. But the future cannot be built on exclusion. It must be built on inclusion. It must be built on fairness, and it must be built on a recognition that leadership belongs to all who are capable and not only to those who fit the outdated expectations. Madam Speaker, while Belize has made meaningful progress towards gender equality, the reality remains clear. As of 2024, women hold only 15.6% of seats in parliament, despite the fact that women make up roughly half of our population. Representation in leadership should reflect that people it serves, and these numbers tell us that our work is far from done. You cannot be what you cannot see. Representation matters. When young women do not see themselves reflected in leadership, it becomes difficult for them to see themselves there. Temporary special measures are not about giving women an unfair advantage. They are about correcting long-standing imbalances and ensuring that leadership spaces are truly accessible to everyone. Because when women participate in decision-making, policies become more inclusive, communities become more resilient, and democracy becomes stronger. Belize is a nation filled with talent, creativity, and determination. Our young women are ready to lead, ready to innovate, ready to build the future of this nation. What they need is the opportunity. Madam Speaker, for far too long, the voices of women have been underestimated, overlooked, and unheard, but that time is coming to an end. Half of its people will not build the future of Belize. It will be built by all of us. And let it be said clearly today, women are not waiting for the future. Women are ready to lead it. And with that said, I stand strongly in support of this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Orange Walk North.
May I reference my notes? Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this motion and underscore the critical role of advancing young women's leadership in Belize. As the Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology, I recognize that many young women, particularly in rural communities, continue to face systemic barriers that limit their pathways into leadership. And global data reinforces this reality, as women comprise only about 35% of STEM graduates worldwide, while we saw an increase in women graduates in Belize. It is with an even lower representation, often below 25% in fields with increased income, such as computer science and engineering. There is a digital divide with only 57% of women using the internet, compared to 62% of men, restricting access to opportunity and early exposure to technology. Madam Speaker, these disparities are rooted in deeply ingrained social norms, where girls' and women's confidence in STEM is undermined despite equal performance, where many are still raised to see their greatest value in domestic roles, in the homes, child rearing, and marriage, rather than leadership, self-sustainability, and autonomy, ultimately affecting their ambition, sense of possibility. Even for those who enter the work field, nearly half of women leave their sectors due to exclusionary environments, age-based discrimination, and lack of support. This is why representation alone is not enough. Women must have a meaningful voice in leadership roles and decision-making spaces. They must be granted the opportunity and their presence in rooms of policymaking, and must go beyond tokenism to true influence and participation. It is precisely for these reasons that temporary special measures are necessary to disrupt these cycles. By strengthening education systems, expanding access to digital tools, integrating leadership development, redirecting ourselves from archaic social constraints, and creating inclusive pathways into public, political, and economic spheres. Madam Speaker, women have always been the heart of preserving Belize's education, culture, and identity. And through technology, we now have the opportunity to amplify that role through digital storytelling, cultural archiving, and global knowledge sharing, ensuring that our heritage is not only preserved, but transformed into a source of empowerment. When we educate, equip, and intentionally create space for women in leadership, we are not only safeguarding Belize's future, but we are building a more equitable, innovative, and resilient nation. And it is for this reason that I stand firmly in support of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Curzal Southeast.
Madam Speaker, may I reference to my notes? The bruises, the scars, the pain. Is this what women was made for? Is being born a woman a sin? Must she suffer in silence? Must she hide who she is? These are not just questions. These are reality faced by countless women living under domestic violence. Honorable Madam Speaker, today I stand to make one thing clear. Domestic violence is not only a private issue, it's a national security issue. A nation can be secure at its borders, but if the people are not safe in their own home, is that security? Women who try to uplift other women are treated as a thought of off with their heads, as once written by Lewis Carroll. We step forward, we are shunned. We step back, we are judged. Tell me, Madam Speaker, is this truly the society we choose to uphold? Women who experience domestic violence are often forced to hide their pains. Young women may miss school because of injuries, fear, or emotional drama. Some are obligated to stay at home to cook, clean, and care for others, which limit their education and personal development. According to the Belize Crime Observatory data, approximately 70% of sexually violent crimes are girls under the age of 20. Imagine being at home, forced to watch your mother being abused, being told you cannot go to school, you must stay here and cook because your mother cannot. And if you refuse, you will be next. Madam Speaker, this is the kind of society we are prepared to accept. Because this is not just a story, this is reality. A recent and tragic example in the case involving Shadia Magana Hernandez family, where a 29-year-old mother, her 17-year-old daughter, and her 6-year-old son lost their life after her former abusive partner set their home on fire. So I ask you, Madam Speaker, will we allow this outcome to happen again, or we will finally choose to change it? Also, based on my pointer just mentioned, if women are silent, our potential is limited. We want to show men what we got. We want to prove them that, yes, we have potential. The 2021 Gender-Based Violence Report in Belize recorded 61 cases of domestic violence among girls aged 10 to 19. Imagine the frustration, the fear, the despair these young women face, feeling powerless and anxiety that rob them of their full potential. These contributions are society that are lost. The words and action direct at women are degrading. They chip off our confidence and our knowledge. We are motivated when we are discouraged. And when we're discouraged, we truly need that encouragement. Yet instead of moving forward, we're forced to take a step backwards. In 2025 alone, the Belize Crime Observatory nearly recorded 2,000 reports of domestic violence, with over 1,000 involving intimate partners and women making up overwhelming major of victims. These are not just numbers, these are mothers, daughters, sisters, neighbors whose lives are shattered. When women are held back by violence, their workforce is weakened, communities are disabled, and national progress is slowed. This is not such a social problem, it's a threat to the national strength. Madam Speaker, national security is not only about protecting borders, but it's about protecting people. If women are unsafe, our society becomes unstable. Cycle of violence continues. Future generations are affected. We say we want women to be leaders. We say we want transform society. But I ask, are we truly creating an environment where they can rise? Are we protecting them, supporting them, empowering them, or are we allowing fear to hold them back? If we're serious about national and border security, then we must be serious about ending domestic violence. We must enforce stronger protections such as supporting survivors, such as providing therapy and well-founded shelter for them to feel safe and secure. Creating safe places where women can live without fear, such as having individuals that are charged or convicted of domestic violence are officially recorded so they can protect themselves from these people. Just as my example mentioned earlier, if these measures were implemented, we would still have these 3 lives with us today. Because when women are safe, families are stronger, communities are stable, nations are secure. Madam Speaker, a secure nation begins at home. Thank you.
Recognize the honorable member for Pickstock.
Madam Speaker, permission to refer to my notes? Madam Speaker and honorable members, as the Minister of Youth, Sports, Tourism, and Diaspora Relations, I stand in full support of the motion before us today. Women in Belize continue to be underrepresented in leadership and decision-making. And the reality reflects a national failing we must urgently confront. Madam Speaker, the commitments outlined in CEDA along the side of UNICEF Belize Gender Analysis 2023 underscore that while frameworks exist, true equity and representation has yet to be realized. We know this all too well. Belize continues to exhibit one of the widest gender gaps in political empowerment within our region. In fact, as of the 2025 election, women held 15.6% of parliamentary seats, just 15.6. This is not merely a statistic. It is a reflection of structural barriers that continue to limit women's advancement. Madam Speaker, allow me to begin with tourism, one of the pillars of our national economy. Women make up a significant portion of the tourism workforce, yet they remain underrepresented in ownership, management, and decision-making roles. I have seen this firsthand as a former HR lead in the hospitality industry, where women make up 93% of the service roles and are paid at minimum wage for housekeeping, waitressing, and maintenance worker services. Too often, women serve the industry but do not lead it. By promoting women-led tourism enterprises, expanding access to leadership, training, and supporting entrepreneurship, we can transform tourism into a sector that not only employs women, but empowers them. Turning now to diaspora relations, we must recognize the immense yet underutilized potential of our Belizean diaspora. Across the world, Belizean women are excelling as professionals, entrepreneurs, and leaders. Yet many young women at home lack access to networks, mentorship, and sponsorship that could propel them forward. By strengthening diaspora engagement through mentorship, programs, partnership, and investment in women-led initiatives, we can bridge this gap. Our diaspora is not simply a community abroad. It is a powerful extension of opportunity for the young women of Belize. Madam Speaker, while these sectors are critical, we must also address where inequality begins, within our youth. Leadership disparities do not begin in adulthood. They are shaped early. Young women face barriers such as higher dropout rates in vulnerable communities, early unions, and limited access to mentorship and leadership development opportunities. If we fail to intervene at this stage, we risk reinforcing cycles of exclusion. By investing in leadership programs, civic engagement platforms, and mentorship for young women, we are not just supporting individuals, We are strengthening the future leadership of our nation. Finally, sports must be recognized as powerful yet often overlooked avenue for leadership development. Sports cultivate discipline, confidence, resilience, and teamwork, qualities essential for effective leadership. Yet women remain underrepresented, not only on the field, but in coaching, administration roles, and decision-making roles. By ensuring equal investment in women's sports and promoting female leadership within sporting institutions, we create spaces where young women can lead, compete, and thrive. Every field, court, and track must become a training ground, not just for athletes, but for future women leaders. Madam Speaker, temporary special measures, whether quotas, reserved seats, or targeted leadership programs, are not about favoritism. They are about fairness. They are about correcting historical and systemic imbalances that have long excluded women from leadership. This evidence is clear. Where such measures are implemented, women's participation in leadership increases significantly. If we are truly committed to building a stronger, more inclusive Belize, then we must be intentional about who we empower to lead. From our industries, to our global networks, to our young people and our playing fields, we must create pathways that allow women to rise. Because when young women are given the opportunity to lead, they do not just change their own lives, they transform communities, industries, and ultimately our nation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Colette.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. With your permission, may I refer to my notes? Thank you. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I rise today as the State Minister of Youth and Sports, and I am in full support of the temporary special measures motion. I will be clarifying how implementing equal rights in youth and sports can impact women in leadership roles. When we think about sports, it is natural for our first thought to be a male athlete. We will think of Messi, we would think of Ronaldo, but do people think of Mia Hamm? Do our Belizean people know Kaya Katus, Trisha Flores, or Mary Gonzalez? It is not that female athletes do not exist or lack interest. Instead, they often lack the means to pursue these passions. Even for those who succeed, statistics show that women athletes in Belize receive less than 4% of media coverage. When in sports, females often face unequal opportunities, gender discrimination, and a lack of support. And while many Belizeans see male teams representing our country internationally, there is very little visibility for the women who also do the same. When women perform poorly, they face harsh, often gender-based discrimination, and when they perform well, they are not celebrated enough. Their hard work, often starting from a young age, is overlooked. From personal experience in sports, I can say that unequal treatment affects mental health, self-esteem, as well as performance. I remember during basketball practice, a coach said to me, "This is why I prefer to train men, because they are easier to train." Male players who were late were often picked up by the coaches, while the female players were never given the same support. There was little technical guidance, no mentorship, and very minimal encouragement. At its core, the issue is unequal access to funding, facilities, and representation. Male athletes are prioritized, receiving better training and more sponsorships, scholarships. Coaches often focus more on the male teams, and career opportunities in sports are far more accessible to these men. For many women, pursuing sports means balancing jobs, childcare, and a whole household of responsibilities. These women deserve recognition and support to be able to pursue a career in sports and leadership. Initiatives like free workshops, sports festivals, and female-only fitness programs could help, and allowing these programs to be child-friendly will also affect the number of women who are able to come out. Gender discrimination rooted in cultural expectations also limits women. Boys are trained from a young age, while girls often have little access to such programs. And this is why equal youth programs must start early. Girls should have the same opportunities to develop skills and confidence, and boys should also be taught to become allies and support women in sports. The lack of support and mentorship remains a major barrier. Mentorship programs connecting young girls with experienced female athletes can provide guidance and inspiration. Despite these challenges, there are few women who have worked hard and managed to break social restraints and secured a job and secured a win, a space in this male-dominated field. And this goes to show that yes, it is possible. Yes, there are some men who are allies, and yes, there are some communities that support their girls from youth, but there is still so much that can be done. So, Madam Speaker, I say, let us give this small percentage of senior and upcoming women athletes the opportunity, the support, and the resources to become mentors to our new generation of sportswomen, to create a future where women are known and seen for more than just childbearers and caregivers, but instead to also see them as dream achievers, role models, community leaders, and community builders, because that is what they are. Through sports, women learn various traits and develop characteristics such as discipline, confidence, respect, consideration, and humility. These are all traits worthy of leadership roles. Thus, the need for equal opportunity for youths of any gender is crucial. And we may not be able to sway and convince the male leaders of today to accept women at the table, but what we can do is shape the leaders of the future, shape them with the knowledge that women are their equals and belong next to them at any decision-making table. And for these reasons, I stand in full support of the temporary special measures motion. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Port Loyola.
Madam Speaker, may I reference my notes? The issue is not that women are not ready to lead. The issue is that the systems meant to support them are not working. And yet, we continue to act as though the problem is the woman, instead of the structure that keeps failing them. Let me start by saying this clearly. I support women in leadership. I support young women in leadership. I support women getting more opportunities and being part of decision-making processes. That is not the issue. The real question is how we are choosing to do it. In Port Loyola, I do not see a lack of capable women. I see strong, smart, hardworking women every single day. Women who take care of their families, run small businesses, and support their communities. What I do see are barriers. I see women carrying most of the responsibilities at home. I see young women struggling financially to stay in school or move forward. I see systems that make it harder for them to step into leadership, not because they can't, but because they don't have the same support. Prime Minister, quotas might increase numbers, but they do not fix these problems. They don't reduce the pressure women face. They don't create real support systems. And they don't deal with the deeper issues that are holding women back. I want to focus on Clause E of this motion, which talks about partnerships between government, civil society, schools, and youth groups. On paper, that sounds good, but let's be honest. We've seen programs like this before. They get launched. There's excitement. There are announcements. And then after a while, nothing really happens. So I have to ask, what happens after the launch? What happens after the attention fades? Because without proper follow-through, without funding, without accountability, these partnerships don't last. And if they don't last, they don't help the people who actually need them. Madam Speaker, the reality is that women are already carrying the weight of a system that does not support them. According to the United Nations Development Program, women perform approximately 75% of unpaid care work globally. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, they spend between 2 to 4 more times on unpaid responsibilities than men. In Belize, women's participation in the workforce is significantly lower than men's, largely because of these same responsibilities. So when we speak about partnerships,
we must ask ourselves, are these partnerships actually addressing these realities? Or are they simply being announced without the support needed to make a real difference? Because if women do not have time, resources, or support, then partnerships without follow-through do not empower them. They exclude them. Empowerment is not something that happens once. It has to be ongoing. It has to be supported over time. If we really want to help young women, then we need to focus on building systems that actually work and continue working, especially in communities like Port Loyola. We should not confuse doing something quickly with doing something properly. Real change takes time. It takes investment, and it takes consistency. For that reason, while I agree with the intention of this motion, I cannot support the way it is being proposed. We need solutions that last, not just ones that sound good in the moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, may I reference my notes? Good morning, Madam Speaker, members, Belizeans. I rise before you today to give my support to the motion. Thoughts become words, words become action, action become reality. The girls, gays, and days call that manifestation. 10 days after my birth, the Beijing Declaration was signed. 3 decades later, progress have remained stagnant. There have been a glaring lack of improvement and conversation regarding the lives of women, particularly those living with disabilities. I have to regurgitate again the statistics. When it comes to political participation, only 93% women are less likely to be selected, 93% less likely to participate in this area. Currently, we only have 13% of women in our House of Representatives, despite women being 50% of our population. To incorporate disability back in this conversation, I want to say that not all persons, the probability of a person born with disabilities are less likely than those acquired. To rectify this imbalance, we have to lean into our friendship with other countries. A successful case study was done in Mexico, focusing on the 2014 adoption of the gender parity in the federal and state legislatures, and again in 2019, the adoption of the parity in everything for the legislation, executive, and judicial branches. We're not reinventing the wheel. Our neighbors in Guyana have shown us the way with the one-third quotas. Bolivia and Mexico have proven the parity is possible when the law is clear. Last year, 2025, Kyrgyzstan proved that a single election can change a nation's future. When we have the courage to redesign the rules. They don't just include quotas for women, they updated the laws in 2025 to include specific quotas. They implemented a rule of 3, ensuring that in every corner of their country, a woman had a seat at the table. The simple rule guaranteed that at least 30 women would enter parliament instantly. Belize should not be the exception to this progress. We should be the example. Again, I must repeat, more clearly, it is less likely that a person is born with a disability than to acquire a disability. Nothing about us without us. 1 in 5 women live with a disability compared to 1 in 8 men. In Belize, the 2022 census showed that disabled women often face double discrimination, once for their gender, once for their disability. The Beijing Declaration, specifically point 32, states that the government must intensify their efforts to ensure equal enjoyment for all human rights for women and girls who face multiple barriers because of their disability. Additionally, I want to pay keen attention for the rippling effects of mental health issues resulting from violence, trauma, and childbearing, ensuring that all women from my Freetown constituency and Belize at large have the access to safe spaces and safe haven for the support and services when needed. With this motion going forward, this will come to fruition. Women's absence does not equal their inability, but the lack of opportunity. Our presence is the blueprint for possibility. Let me speak to the feminine energy. Do not apologize for taking up the spaces that you need to feel safe and comfortable. It is for those reasons today I stand for this motion. Madam Speaker, members, Belizeans, I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Belize Rural North.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. May I refer to my notes? I rise today on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Trade in full support of this motion on gender equality. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute. My focus will be on one critical angle, the unequal participation of women in Belize export and international trade sector. I will demonstrate first that women are systematically underrepresented in export activities. Second, that this gap carries measurable economic costs for Belize. And third, that the targeted trade policies can effectively close this gap and drive national growth. Firstly, women in Belize are significantly underrepresented in export-oriented business activity, and this is supported by regional and global research. Data from the International Trade Center shows that only about 20% of exporting firms globally are led by women. And in developing regions, including the Caribbean, this percentage is often even lower due to structural barriers. Additionally, the Caribbean Development Bank has reported that women-owned businesses in the Caribbean are less likely to export financing and trade networks, limiting their ability to scale beyond domestic markets. In Belize, where micro, small, and medium enterprises dominate the economy, many of these businesses are run by women. However, most remain confined to local markets. The evidence clearly shows that barriers such as limited access to credit, lack of export certification support, and insufficient training in trade procedures prevent women from entering international markets. This is not a question of capability, it is a question of access and opportunity. Secondly, this gender gap in trade has measurable economic consequences for Belize. According to the World Bank, closing gender gaps in economic participation could increase productivity and significantly boost GDP in developing economies. Furthermore, research from the McKinsey & Company estimates that advancing gender equality could add trillions of dollars to global GDP, with developing countries standing to gain the most proportionally. In Belize, excluding women from exports reduces foreign exchange, jobs, and innovations. For example, women in agro-processing often can't scale without financing or certification, limiting growth, exports, and national revenue. Thirdly, evidence shows that targeted policies, interventions can successfully increase women's participation in trade. The International Labour Organization highlights that access to skills, training, financial service, and support trade policies significantly improves women business outcomes. Countries that have implemented export training programs and financing initiatives for women entrepreneurs have seen increased participation in international markets. From the perspective of the Ministry of Foreign Trade, this means Belize must act strategically, expanding export readiness programs specifically for women, improving access to low-interest financing, and simplifying export procedures can directly address the barriers identified by research. In closing, I reaffirm my strong support for this motion. Gender equality in trade is not just a matter of fairness, it is a strategic economic priority. By empowering women to fully participate in export and international trade, Belize stands to gain increased competitiveness, stronger economic growth, and more inclusive development. Let us move forward with policies grounded in evidence and driven by the belief that when Belizean women succeed, Belize succeeds. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Cayo Northeast.
Madam Speaker, permission to reference my notes. Madam Speaker, I rise today as the Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Solid Waste Management, and as the area representative for Cayo Northeast in support of this motion, but also to speak honestly about the reality many young women in Belize are currently facing. When young women step into leadership, they're often reduced to labels, too emotional, too ambitious, placeholders in positions of power. I find that funny. The same society that questions whether women belong in leadership also expects them to be caregivers, nurses, teachers, entrepreneurs, and community leaders. If Belizean women are already managing households, businesses, schools, and entire communities, why then do we still question if they can handle leadership? The truth is simple. The problem is not women's ability. The problem is accessibility. The numbers tell that story clearly. According to the Statistical Institute in Belize, only 44% of women contribute to the labor force, compared to over 70% of men. Not because women lack ambition, but because many are carrying the responsibilities this economy does not count. Caring for children, the elderly, holding households together. So when we talk of leadership, we must ask, how many future leaders are currently at home doing the unpaid work that keeps this country running? And beyond that, access itself is uneven. In rural Belize, leadership is not about talent, it's about logistics. Young women must first ask, is there a bus to get there? Is there internet to attend the training? Who will watch my children if I participate? And for indigenous women, the challenge is even greater. Regional data from the United Nations shows that they are among the most vulnerable to climate change, yet receive the least access to support and decision-making processes. Yet, they are expected to face those realities without representation. You cannot build equality on unequal access, and you cannot build resilience by excluding those most affected. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the impact of women in leadership is already proven. In the Belize River Valley, women at the community baboon sanctuary helped grow the Howler-Monge population from around 800 to over 6,000. Across Cayo, women farmers are restoring land through sustainable farming and agroforestry. And along our coastlines, women in fishery are farming seaweed, creating livelihoods, strengthening food security and ecosystems. This is not participation, this is innovation, this is leadership. And globally, the data supports what we're already seeing. According to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, countries with more women in leadership are more likely to adopt stronger climate and environmental policies.
And according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, when women are involved in managing natural resources, sustainability improves 20%. So let's be clear, women are not waiting to lead. They're already doing it, just without support and without recognition. Supporting this motion means going beyond words. It means action. We must invest in reliable transportation and internet access for our rural communities. We must provide childcare support so leadership is never a choice between family and opportunity. We must expand training and mentorship into villages, not just cities. And we must ensure that our indigenous and rural women are included in climate and development decision-making, because opening doors is not enough if our women cannot reach them. Madam Speaker, let me end with this. The same women expected to raise this nation should be given the opportunity to lead it. The young women of Belize are not asking for charity. They're asking for a fair chance. And Belize will not move forward by leaving them behind. Belize moves forward when women lead and when our systems finally allow them to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Kaya West.
Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? As representative of the Kaya West, I rise today to contribute my part in opposition to the motion. We see the offices in the cities, but do we see the women of Kaya West? There is a tale of two women in this country, Madam Speaker. Those who work in offices and those in Kaya West, carrying the weight of their communities, yet their resilience is still being overlooked. Madam Speaker, our women are not looking for a temporary special measure to prove their worth in political spaces. They are looking for structural barriers to be removed. Clause C speaks of inclusive policies and institutional reforms. Yet, policies without enforcement is simply ink on paper, Madam Speaker. The statistics speak for themselves. According to data from the National Women's Commission of Belize and the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, women hold only 4% of the cabinet seats and occupy approximately 20% of local councils' positions. Yet, they own 41% of businesses nationwide. Yes, Madam Speaker, 41%. This imbalance shows that while women are contributing significantly to the economy, they remain excluded from the political spheres where decisions are made. Madam Speaker, temporary measures that merely include women in programs or services do not shift power. They perpetuate dependency. What we need are dedicated campaign financing for rural women candidates, leadership academies that prepare women from marginalized communities to govern, and strengthening of village councils with reserved leadership roles to ensure rural voices directly shape national agendas. These solutions build a political system where women are seated at its head, driving the decisions that shape our nation. Madam Speaker, Clause D proposes education campaigns to challenge gender norms, and rightly so, because UNICEF Belize Gender Analysis 2023 shows that women in rural areas are disproportionately affected by poverty and often face family decisions that prioritize sons' education over their daughters. Madam Speaker, we are talking about families being forced to choose a son's schooling over a gifted daughter's out of pure economic necessity. Where is the equality in that, Madam Speaker? A practical solution is to introduce conditional cash transfer programs, providing families with $200 Belize per month per enrolled daughter. This financial incentive eases the economic weight and is directly aimed at families who keep their daughters enrolled in school, thereby shifting the balance toward equity and fairness. Madam Speaker, often rural women do not know of these opportunities. For example, in 2023, the Ministry of Education reported that rural scholarship uptake was significantly lower than in urban areas, not because fewer scholarships existed, Madam Speaker, but rather because fewer rural students applied. By strategically investing in outreach such as community workshops and rural visitation committees, we can close this gap. Madam Speaker, a democracy that lacks women is a failure of its own principles. We must formalize a truly empowered and permanent systems that elevate rural and marginalized women, ensuring their leadership is not just a representation, but rather a fundamental shift in power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Curzal Southwest.
Good day, Madam Speaker, honorable members, media, and present guests. Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? Madam Speaker, today I rise not only as representative for Curzal Southwest, but as a voice for every young woman whose future depends on decisions we make in this chamber. The motion before us marks a bold and necessary shift in how Belize approaches temporary special measures for women's leadership. As Belizeans, we often speak of change, yet we hesitate to make that change real. We call ourselves a free and democratic society, but significant structural barriers remain. This reality contradicts Section 3 of the Belizean Constitution, which guarantees every person, regardless of sex, the right to equal opportunities and fundamental freedoms. Belize ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, also known as CEDAW, in 1990. Under CEDAW, Belize committed to adopt systemic measures that eliminate discrimination against women, protect women from violence, and promote equality in public life. These commitments were reaffirmed under the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Actions, which calls on states to remove institutional and cultural barriers that prevent women from participating fully in leadership and decision-making roles. Yet, decades later, Madam Speaker, women are still waiting. The UNICEF Belize Gender Analysis 2023 shows that women remain significantly underrepresented in decision-making roles. Women in Belize are 93% less likely than men to access political opportunities. In Belize, 4 out of 32 elected representatives in parliament are women, which is highlighted as one of the lowest rates in the Caribbean. Yet, women are often more qualified. 69% of female managers in the region hold a university degree compared to 58% of males. Despite this, women continue to face wages disparities when it comes to their roles in leadership positions, and limited access to leadership pipelines. Madam Speaker, young women continue to face barriers that cannot be ignored. Among the pressing are early marriages and early unions, rural poverty and rural-linked school dropout rates, and persistent stereotypes which confine women to supportive roles rather than actual leadership positions. These challenges are reinforced by deeply rooted societal norms that undervalues women's contribution. They shape who is encouraged to lead, who is mentored, and whose voices are taken seriously in this nation. Temporary special measures are not about giving women an unfair advantage. They are about correcting long history of exclusion. They are internationally recognized tools recommended by CEDAW and the Beijing Platform for Action and used successfully across the Caribbean and Latin America to accelerate equality and open doors which have been closed for several generations. Countries like Rwanda, Costa Rica, and Bolivia saw dramatic increases in political in women political representation after implementing quotas. In CARICOM, Guyana have used special measures to strengthen women leadership pipelines. Belize as a nation cannot afford to be left behind. Belize has taken several steps: the National Gender Policy, the National Women Commission, and youth-focused initiatives such as the National Children Parliament. But these efforts remain fragmented. Without structural measures and institutional reforms, progress will remain slow and symbolic. And if we continue to allow that process to be slow and symbolic, then we are simply living up to the system men set for us, following Arcadial rule, a system which was never designed for women to strive and survive in this nation. Madam Speaker, women are also underrepresented in areas such as sustainable development, including solid waste management. These sectors remain male-dominated, despite women being equally qualified and often more educated. Belize once championed women in technical fields that support sustainable development and STEM, but momentum has slowed down, and their leadership in environmental and waste management sectors are still limited. Temporary special measures can ensure women's representation on environmental boards and in waste management authority. By empowering women to lead in recycling, renewable energy, and climate resilience, we strengthen our decisions for our community, our economy, our environment, our Belize. And so I ask you, Madam Speaker, what about our upcoming youth? How longer must they wait before their voices are valued in this House and across our beloved Belize? This motion is not just a policy, it is a promise that young women will no longer be told to wait their turn, a promise that Belize is ready to move from words to actual actions. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I firmly stand in support of this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Lake Independence.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, may I refer to my notes? Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today as the Deputy Prime Minister representing the people of Lake Independence in strong support of this motion to advance temporary special measures to accelerate young woman leadership in public, political, and economic spheres. Despite our commitment under the Beijing Platform for Action and CEDA, women remain underrepresented in leadership positions. UNICEF 2023 gender analysis shows that women are 93% less likely than men to access political opportunities equally. Young women face additional barriers, including age-based discrimination, limited mentorship, and persistent societal stereotype that leadership is a man's role. From my perspective as minister responsible for natural resources, petroleum, and mining, I see firsthand how these gaps affect our economic sectors. Decisions about resource management, energy policy, and mining projects, sectors vital to Belize development, are largely made without the perspective of women. Yet women are equally capable of providing innovative solutions, ensuring sustainable development, and driving our economic growth. To address this, I support a focused implementation, national mentorship and capacity building program for our young women in economic and resource leadership. This program will focus on 3 main points, each critical for creating a long-lasting impact. Firstly, to strengthen pathways for leadership. Mentorship and target capacity building create concrete opportunities for our young women to step into leadership roles. For example, in my ministry, we could establish programs where young women from universities and technical schools are paired with senior officials in natural resources and energy sectors. They would gain hands-on experience in resource management planning, environmental policy development, and in mining regulation. By providing practical exposure alongside training in project management, negotiation, and policy analysis, these programs ensure that women are not just present, but prepared to make decisions at high levels. This strengthens the pipeline of skilled young women ready to take on leadership positions across sectors where they have historically been excluded. Secondly, to challenge harmful gender norms. Leadership is often wrongly assumed to be male-dominated. By showcasing young women in visible roles, leading resources management committees, participating in national energy discussion, or heading local mining projects, we can challenge these stereotypes. Mentorship programs would include leadership workshops, public speaking training, and participation in cross-sector forums, giving our young women the confidence to lead and the visibility to inspire others. When communities see women successfully taking on roles in sectors like mining and petroleum, it changes perception. It encourages societal acceptance, and it motivates other young women to pursue leadership without fear or hesitation. And lastly, to create sustainable leadership pipelines. Temporary programs are not enough. Leadership development must be ongoing. By establishing long-term mentorship network, career pathways, and alumni support group, young women can continuously develop skill, receive guidance, and advance into higher roles over time. For example, a structured program could track participants' progress, offer continued training, and provide opportunities to rotate through different government departments or private sectors projects. This ensures that women remain connected, supported, and ready to step into leadership roles wherever opportunity arises, creating a lasting impact on Belize governance and economic growth. Madam Speaker, the young women of Lake Independence and across Belize are ready to lead. They need the opportunity, the guidance, and the sustained support. By implementing mentorship and capacity building programs, with these three main points at center, we can turn potential into action, strengthen our economic sector, and empower a generation of women leaders who will shape the future of Belize. I, therefore, wholeheartedly support this motion to commit to empowering our young women for a stronger, more inclusive nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Cayo Central.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to reference to my notes. Madam Speaker, I rise as the voice of Cayo Central, the heart of Belize's food security. From the citrus groves of Santa Elena to the vegetable plots of 7 miles, our women are the primary engine of our rural economy. The opposition fully supports the intent of this motion. However, I must ask, why are we settling for temporary special measures? In agriculture, we don't plant a crop just to abandon it before the harvest. We need a permanent foundation for rural leadership that outlasts any political cycle. The Statistical Institute of Belize Labor Force Survey of 2025 confirms that gender gap in rural districts remains a chasm. We are trying to plant the seeds of leadership in the soil that this government has failed to irrigate. Look at Section A. It speaks of candidate quotas, but in Cayo Central, leadership isn't just about a seat at the chamber, it's seats at their skills. Yet, in our agricultural industries, whether it is citrus, livestock, or cacao, women do the heavy lifting. Yet, when the buyer arrives, women often become invisible and the man collects the cash. If this motion does not include financial integrity reforms to ensure women have the ability to conduct their own transaction without man in the room, then it's exclusionary by design. Madam Speaker, Section B discusses leadership development, but I ask this government, is the modality of these programs compatible with the farmer's life? A woman leading a cooperative in San Antonio can't simply clock out on a Tuesday morning to travel to a city for a seminar. Her labor cycle is dictated by the sun and the season. If these programs are not decentralized by mobile units or scheduled to align with the labor's realities of our rural women, we are excluding them to truly cater to this audience.
The government must stop expecting the farmers to come to the city and start bringing the training to the farm. Section C mentions reducing barriers. For a mother in 7 miles, the barrier isn't a lack of ambition, it's a lack of practical lifelines. Imagine a young woman without childcare assistance. She faces cruel choices. We see this at the Santa Elena market every week. Whether a mother has to choose between her leadership or her livelihood. Abandoned produce in the sun loses its value by the hour. Every rotten crop is money stolen from a Belizean family. Without childcare assistance integrated in our farming hubs, this temporary motion is a luxury she simply cannot afford. To move from a temporary experiment to a permanent reality, the opposition demands 1. Specialized agri-leadership tracks, mentorship focus on agribusiness and export logistics. 2. Labor-compatible delivery, mandating that all trainings are held via mobile hubs and scheduled during off-peak labor hours. 3. Market-linked childcare, permanent childcare hubs at the cooperatives and market centers. 4. Ownership grants, direct funding for young women to transition from laborers to agribusiness owners. Madam Speaker, just don't give us a quota for a ballot. Give the women of Kaya Central the power to own what they grow. I support the motion, but I challenge the government. Build something that lasts. Let us ensure that the mother does not have to choose between her child, her harvest, and her country. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Stan Creek West.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to reference my notes as necessary. Madam Speaker, I am both excited and disappointed. It has taken 44 years and a sitting of Parliament with 31 women for Belize to be finally tabling this motion. Today, we must speak of the honest truths and realities of half our population. As Minister of Agriculture and representative of Stan Creek West, I rise unapologetically in support of the principle that women are entitled to equal opportunity and acknowledgement because we're more than capable of taking on leadership roles in any sector. If we are serious about empowering women, then this motion must be accompanied by further development to ensure that its principles are not only aspirational, but actionable. While this motion focuses on accelerating women's leadership and empowerment in economic spheres, I must highlight that this must include support for the roles of female farmers, beekeepers, and cattle ranchers. Women in agriculture are the backbone of Belize's food systems, and yet they remain underrepresented in decision-making boards where policies are shaped. If temporary special measures are to be transformative, they must extend beyond politics where leadership is equally vital. For example, boards such as that as the Belize Livestock Producers Associations remains 100% male. Not one woman in a seat where decisions affecting female farmers are being made, while female representation stands at 11% of livestock producers. Now, this is unacceptable. As a young, physically small female farmer, and even as a politician, I have faced discrimination of all forms. I've had my intellectual capacity questioned. I have been doubted by both men and women. And most of all, on several occasions, I have been told that this is a man's world. And yet, I am here, a woman in a man's world working, and I don't only work, I thrive in it. Sometimes Sometimes just being yourself is a radical act. When you occupy space in systems that weren't built for you, your authenticity is activism. I occupy a space in a system that was not built for me, and I, a woman, am not asking for permission for a seat at the table. I am taking it by storm. And while quotas and reserved seats are important, women, we cannot risk tokenism. Women must be empowered and equipped to lead. This is why motions like this, Ms. Port Layola representative, is important, because it takes away those inhibitors, barriers such as lack of accessibility in rural communities, because we can and we have established trainings in rural communities, but how accessible are they? Are we having it on a Wednesday when a mother needs to take her child to school as well as work on the farm so she can't attend? Or are we having it 2 villages away because the village that we want to create impact in doesn't have a community center? How accessible are these trainings, Madam Speaker? Process can be established, but we must ask ourselves, how are people's lives being affected? And this is the harsh truth. Women's lives are entangled in the webs of the many responsibilities that they must endure to ensure that they and their families can survive. And while we're on quotas, let us speak of quotas in scholarships. Because how are we supposed to influence women to enter these male-dominated systems when they cannot afford it? Quotas in scholarships must open the doors for women in these sectors. To create change of this magnitude, we cannot only focus on the top. We need to focus on everyone. I therefore call for the immediate drafting of legislation reform so that we don't influence exclusion of various sectors. And change is happening. Out of 549 farmers receiving grants, 119 are women. But this is not enough. Madam Speaker, in the latest presentation of the budget, only $1.5 million were set aside for small farmers. This is not enough. Greater investment is needed if we are to be the breadbasket, not only financially, but for our women. It is obvious that this motion is a stepping stone in the right direction for a positive Belize and positive change in rural communities in Stan Creek West and in Belize Rural North, because there is no food security if there is no woman empowerment. As Belize's first female Minister of Agriculture, I affirm that we are not trying to step and fit into the glass slipper. We are shattering the glass ceiling. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Fort George.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. May I refer to my notes? Good morning, honorable members, esteemed guests. I rise today to give my full support to the motion currently before this honorable House, calling for the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in our public, political, and economic spheres. But before I proceed, Madam Speaker, I must ask this honorable House a simple question. How can we claim progress while knowingly keeping half of our talent on the edges of power? Madam Speaker, this issue is not abstract for me. It is not simply about statistics or policies on paper. It is about the lived experiences of young women across our country. Imagine a young woman sitting in her classroom as she listens to her teacher speak of leadership, of governance, of those entrusted with the future of a nation. She is inspired because she knows that she has ideas. But she looks beyond that classroom. She looks at the images reflected in our institutions, in our boardrooms, in our political spaces. And she wonders whether someone like her truly belongs there. Madam Speaker, when we imagine that moment, we begin to understand the experience of many young women across Belize. They have the intelligence, the vision, and the determination to lead. Yet, too often, the opportunities and pathways are not equally accessible to them. And so today, I stand not only on my behalf, but on the young, and so today, I stand not only on my behalf, but on behalf of the young women of Fort George and the young women across this country who deserve to see themselves reflected in leadership. Madam Speaker, like many of my fellow ministers have stated, women have always been the backbone of our society. We are the campaign managers. We are the organizers behind the scenes. We are the secretaries, the advisors. We are the ones ensuring that the systems function and that progress continues even when recognition does not follow. Yet, when it is time to occupy the highest decision-making roles, women are asked to step aside. Women do not lack ambition, institutions lack inclusion. Yes, progress has been made, but we are still not there yet. Women remain underrepresented in leadership positions across the world. According to data from United Nations Women, women hold only about 1/4 of parliamentary seats globally. Within our region, the numbers remain far from equal. This slow progress is not a reflection of ability. It is the result of structural barriers and social expectations that continue to shape who society believes should lead. This Women's Month, we reflect on the theme Balancing the Scales, which reminds us that true equality requires action, not just good intentions. These temporary special measures are not about giving anyone an unfair balance. They are about leveling a playing field that was never leveled to begin with. Madam Speaker, in my capacity as the Minister responsible for public service and disaster risk management, I must emphasize that women's leadership strengthens public service and national resilience. A strong and effective public service depends on leadership that reflects the diversity, experience, and perspectives of the people it serves. We have seen time and time again that women are not merely participants in times of crisis. They are leaders. In the aftermath of Hurricane Earl and floods across the country, women stood at the forefront, organizing shelters, coordinating relief, and ensuring that families were cared for. They did not wait to be invited into leadership. They led because leadership was required. Despite this reality, their representation in disaster management structures remains limited. In a World Bank report from 2021, women's representation in NEMA is little to none, as only 1 out of 10 emergency coordinators is a woman. When the very individuals who demonstrate leadership in times of crisis are absent from the decision-making table, we weaken our national response capacity. Madam Speaker, therefore, empowering young women to lead is not symbolic. It is strategic, it is essential, and it is good governance. To the members on the opposition benches, I say this. I recognize that there may be questions regarding this implementation about fairness, practicality, or long-term impact, and they do deserve careful consideration. But I ask this House, should we let concerns delay progress, or should we work together to expand opportunity for the next generation? Madam Speaker, the young women of this country are watching. The girl walking to school in Sarawee, the university student in Belmopan, the young professional building her career in Belize City, the community leader in San Ignacio, they are all looking to this House, not just for words, but for action. Let this be the moment when we send them a clear message that Belize believes in their potential, values their contributions, and welcomes their leadership. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I urge every member of this honorable House to support this motion with consideration and vision. Let us work together to expand leadership opportunities, strengthen our democratic institutions, and build a Belize where every young woman knows that her voice matters and her leadership is not only possible, but necessary. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Orange Walk East.
Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? Madam Speaker, we often speak about leadership as if it begins in rooms like this one. But in reality, leadership is shaped much earlier by the conditions that either allow a young woman to move forward or quietly force her to step back. In my role as a licensed clinical psychologist here in Belize, I work with children, adolescents, and families across different communities. And what I consistently see is this: leadership potential is present, but the systems required to support it are not always equally accessible. These are not abstract issues, they are lived realities. Data from the Ministry of Health and Wellness indicates that adolescents aged 15 to 19 account for over 1/3 of suicide attempts in Belize, underscoring the growing mental health burden among young people and the urgent need for more accessible community-based care. For many young women, these challenges are not experienced in isolation. They intersect with reproductive health risk and caregiving responsibilities, all of which narrow leadership pathways long before they fully form. From a wellness perspective, these barriers do not exist in isolation, they compound. A young woman navigating financial stress or early family responsibility is also more vulnerable to mental health challenges, yet access to mental health services remains limited. In Belize, mental health resources are still largely centralized, with a shortage of specialized professionals and limited community-based care. For many women in rural constituencies such as Orange Walk East, accessing support can mean losing a full day's income due to transportation costs, long wait times, and time away from work or caregiving duties. So what should be support becomes a barrier. And Madam Speaker, if a young woman is managing anxiety, depression, or even postpartum challenges without adequate care, we must ask ourselves honestly, how can she be expected to step into leadership spaces with confidence? Madam Speaker, we must also acknowledge that exposure to gender-based violence continues to affect the mental health and well-being of many women and girls in Belize. Experiences of trauma, fear, and insecurity do not remain separate from leadership. They shape confidence, decision-making, and the ability to participate fully in public life. This is why wellness is not separate from leadership. Wellness is the foundation that allows leadership to exist. As mentioned before, the UNICEF Belize Gender Analysis tells us that women are estimated to be 93% likely to have equal opportunities for political participation. But that gap does not begin in politics. It begins in systems. It begins when mental health is stigmatized, when services lack privacy, and when seeking support is seen as a weakness rather than a strength. Madam Speaker, we must also acknowledge the caregiving burden referenced within structural challenges. In many of our families, women are not only caregivers, but they're also the coordinators, the advocates, and quite often the unofficial managers of everything. Across Belize, women continue to carry the majority of unpaid caregiving responsibilities. In our hospitals and clinics, it is often women who sit beside patients, supporting children, elderly relatives, and loved ones. This work sustains families and communities, but it also limits opportunity. Because when time, energy, and emotional capacity are consumed by unpaid care, participation in leadership becomes significantly more difficult. Madam Speaker, temporary special measures are therefore not simply policy tools. They are corrective mechanisms. They recognize that these barriers have accumulated over time and require intentional action. But for these measures to be effective, they must go beyond access to positions. They must address the conditions that prevent women from reaching those positions in the first place. This includes expanding community-based mental health services, reducing access barriers for rural women as outlined in this motion, and ensuring that women within our health systems are further supported to move into leadership and decision-making roles. Because the women who navigate these systems every day are often the ones who best understand where change is needed. Madam Speaker, leadership does not begin in this chamber. It begins in the systems that shape confidence, opportunity, and well-being. Across Belize, there are young women with intelligence, resilience, and determination required to lead. That potential already exists. What we must build are the conditions that allow it to rise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Mesopotamia.
Good afternoon, Honorable House. Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? Thank you. Madam Speaker, imagine a Belize where every woman, regardless of her social backgrounds, financial status, or region, has an equal opportunity to shape the decisions that affect her life and her community. This is the kind of democracy we should be striving to build. I therefore rise to address an issue that is fundamental to the strength and fairness of our democracy: the participation of women in political decision-making. Belize, like many democracies, has made commitments to promoting gender equality and encouraging women leaderships in governance. These commitments recognize that inclusive decision-making strengthens democratic institutions and leads to policies that better reflects the realities of the people we serve. However, Madam Speaker, when we discuss women's participation in politics, we must also confront an important reality. Not all women experience the same opportunities to enter political spaces. The barriers faced by women are often compounded by socio-economic inequality. According to UN Women 2021, women from wealthier backgrounds or those with established political networks may have greater access to resources, education, mentorship, and visibility. These advantages often make it easier for them to enter leadership spaces and participate in political decision-making. Meanwhile, when women from rural communities, lower-income households, or marginalized groups frequently encounter additional obstacles when attempting to participate in politics. These obstacles may include limited financial resources to run campaigns, fewer professional and political networks, reduced access to leadership opportunities, and social expectations that discourage their participation in public life. Madam Speaker, data from the Statistical Institute of Belize 2019 indicates that poverty rates remain higher in rural areas and among certain demographic groups. These economic inequalities can limit access to education, leadership opportunities, and ultimately political participation. However, women in districts such as the Toledo district often face additional barriers, including fewer leadership opportunities, lower incomes, and limited access to transportation and political meetings. These challenges can make participation in political process significantly more difficult. Madam Speaker, if our goal is to strengthen democracy, then representation cannot be limited to a small group of women with privilege and influence. True inclusion requires creating pathways for women from all socioeconomic backgrounds to participate in leadership and decision-making. Education and mentorship play a vital role in empowering young women in confidence, knowledge, and networks needed to participate in governance. At the same time, we must also address the political culture that often discourages women, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds, from entering political life. When political participation is shaped by financial barriers, social expectations, or limited opportunity, democracy becomes less representative of the people it is meant to serve. Madam Speaker, this motion therefore calls on this honorable House to support initiatives that expand leadership opportunities for women, particularly those from underrepresented and lower income communities. By promoting civic education, mentorship programs, and inclusive political engagement, we can ensure that women's representation in politics reflects the diversity and realities of Belizean society. Because when women from all walks of life are able to participate in decision-making, our democracy becomes more inclusive, more responsive, and ultimately stronger. I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Toledo West.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, honorable ministers, and the media, and the people of Belize. Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise as a daughter of the South for Toledo West. I have walked the quiet streets of Belmopan and lived today in Stank Creek. I have seen the two Belizes. The leadership looks very different from the air-conditioned steps of this assembly than it does from the village ground in San Jose or Agacate. In this chamber, leadership is about motions. On that ground, leadership is about survival. It is about a mother finding internet so her daughter can apply for a job. It is about a young woman trying to connect to the world. Toledo West is called the breadbasket of the South. But here is the contradiction. We feed this nation, yet we face the highest rates of multidimensional poverty. This isn't just about money, it is about access. We are talking about a district where Quechua and Mopanmaya, East Indian, Garifuna, and Mestizo communities are rich in culture, but starved for reliable electricity and high-speed internet. Madam Speaker, the September 2025 SIB report tells us this: rural poverty is 4 times higher than in our cities. In my home, Toledo, 59.5%. We cannot ask a young woman to lead when her village is the ceiling of her potential. That is why I support this motion. We have already broken ground on solar-powered digital connection centers in Sartaneja and San Antonio, and we are ready to expand this model to rural communities nationwide. I heard the critics, graveyards of broken computers. They say, I answer with 3 years in high-volume customer service and systems management. I know a Connect Center is not just a room with a router. It is a service delivery platform. So here is what we built. Tier 1 support protocols for every hub, Salesforce integrated dashboards to track every issue, 99% uptime target. Our digital bodies, local youth, are trained to report and resolve problems before a woman even walks through the door. We are bringing BPO-level efficiency to rural governance. Because for a woman in Toledo West, a system error is not a glitch, it is a lost opportunity. And we do not do lost opportunities, not in my district and not in yours. This month, we take our mobile ministerial desk to Hopkins and Pomona. A woman should not spend $40 on a bus ticket to reach her own government. Whether she lives in Toledo, Orange Walk, Corozal, or the Belize district. We broadcast in Quechua and Mopanmaya to Radio Rural. We pair women with digital bodies. No one gets left behind. But we must go further. The Maya land rights struggle is the heart of our identity. But land management cannot stay a conversation only men have. We are breaking what I call the men's ceiling. In Toledo West, we are mandating 30% young women in our rural water boards, aligned with National Gender Policy 2023. If it works there, it can work in Corozal, Cayo, Stank Creek, and every district across this nation. When decisions get made about the water we drink and the land we inherit, women are in the room. We are changing the economic game. Through the 5,000 SME resilient grants to rural women across the country and 6-month mentorship pact with the BCCI, we are not just asking a woman to harvest cacao or pack bananas. We are giving her the potential to own the factory and manage the logistics, participation to ownership. Let me be specific. We are part of a 12 million cacao industry, but let's be honest, our young women are often just the laborers. Under the 2026 ILO Prosper Project, we must ensure that the women of Toledo West, our women across every farming community in Belize, aren't just growing beans. They must be the owners, the ones who process, brand, and export the chocolate. That is what true leadership looks like. Living in Stan Creek, I see climate change hit our coastal communities first. The IPCC 2025 report confirms women are hit hardest. So true equality means protecting them. Integrating coastal protection with rural economic resilience from the south to the Keys. Madam Speaker, leadership should not be a luxury of geographic privilege. I stand here for the women of Toledo West who could not make the trip today, and for the women in every district who face the same barriers, because the bus fare was too high, because the internet was too slow, because the system was not built for them. This motion is for them, for the north, the south, the Keys, the west, every corner of this jewel. Stop asking for a seat. Let us build a table that belongs to everyone. I yield.
I recognize the honorable member for Dangriga.
Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? Madam Speaker, I rise today as the Minister of Indigenous, Constitution, and Religious Affairs and Transportation to give my recommendations to the motion. We have documents that give us clear indicators of what we must do to achieve full participation of women in decision-making spaces. Yet, shortcomings are still present. How many more documents do we need to make sure that women are integrated in these spaces? We need to ensure that our existing legal and policy frameworks are binding in ensuring the participation of women is not just ticking another checklist. Despite being approximately 11% of the total population, indigenous people in Belize continue to struggle for land rights and cultural recognition. For example, the Caribbean Court of Justice decision have recognized the Maya, specifically the Mopan and Quechua people's ancestral land rights. In 2015, the Caribbean Court of Justice issued an order to the government to delimit and register Maya lands. Madam Speaker, Belize is in a unique position to become a global leader in advancing indigenous land rights in the world. It is important to understand that securing land rights is not just about land, but it's also advancing economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights and safeguards for all of us. Our women within rural communities can be given space to be seen as leaders and given active participation at the local, national, and global levels. According to the UN Women in Local Government 2025 for Belize, we have no woman who is head of the government, and only 16% parliamentarians are women, and 6% are ministers. On the ground, change can be driven when our political system recognizes women as equal partners in spaces such as the alcalde and village council system. For example, the SEDA General Recommendation Number 39 on the rights of indigenous women and girls. The document highlights the importance of recognition and protection of indigenous peoples' collective rights, including land rights, cultural rights, and the right to self-determination, as well as the right of indigenous women to be protected from all forms of violence and abuse. I strongly recommend for the government to promote the rights and well-being of Indigenous women and girls, ensuring their participation and inclusion in decision-making spaces, including those related to their communities, land, and resources. In Belize, we have no specific law for Indigenous rights, but Belize has adopted certain commitments, such as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. As the state, we have an obligation for SDG 5 with target by 2030, ensuring women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economical, and public life. When leaders prioritize gender equality, it shapes national agendas, drives legal reforms, and ensures that resources are allocated where they are most needed. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the fundamental need for women to be integrated in shaping national agendas. The recent rollout of the modernization of public transportation system with the launch of the Consolidated National Bus Company in January 2026. I strongly recommend the need to access the transportation system, allowing women to access jobs and vital services such as healthcare and education. Without proper transport access, individuals, particularly women, are often forced to forego employment opportunities that are essential for their growth and that of their families. According to the Statistics Institute of Belize, the labor force in April 2025, only 46.9% of working-age women are engaged in the labor force, compared to an impressive 72.3% of working-age men. If we are in the best interest of modernizing the country's public transportation, we must promote women at all levels of the transport sector, especially in this traditionally male-dominated environment. This helps expand the female labor force, which is crucial and critical for driving economic growth in Belize. On the matter of constitutional reform, it is pivotal that the Constitution is upheld and that the government operates in accordance with the constitutional principles. The People's Constitutional Commission has released a draft of 167 recommendations. It is a state's obligation that free, prior, and informed consent is adhered to this reform, and that the Belizean people also have an existing obligation to ensure that we are familiar with all of these 167 recommendations, so that it reflects the needs and concerns of the Belizean people. When we say development, we must remember the women and minority groups. Madam Speaker, together we can empower women and youth through education and securing policies and regulations. As women, we must be prepared to make people uncomfortable with our truths, but we must ensure that we are making impact and advancing and changing the lives of the Belizean people for the better. In good faith, the state can be and could potentially advance Indigenous rights. We must remember the Constitution of Belize is the supreme law of the country. Madam Speaker, it is for these reasons that I stand and support the motion. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Queen Square.
Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? I'd like to begin by commending the government for raising such a critical bill to increase the participation of women in leadership in Belize. The intention of this legislation to remove barriers and create opportunities for women is one I support wholeheartedly. Belizean women continue to make extraordinary contributions to our society as educators, entrepreneurs, community leaders, and public servants. It is therefore both reasonable and responsible that we examine how to create pathways for greater participation in decision-making roles. While I support the majority of the measures, I must raise a concern regarding the inclusion of quotas as a mechanism to achieve this goal. While quotas may increase numbers in the short term, they may not incite the public's confidence, institutional reform, or structural support required for sustained empowerment. As Crook 2010 argues, quotas often fail because they treat the symptom rather than the underlying social and infrastructural hostility that keeps marginalized women out of power. Madam Speaker, in my constituency of Queen Square, I have witnessed the incredible strength, resilience, and leadership of women. From market vendors and small business owners to mothers leading community initiatives, the women of Queen Square are already leaders. What many of them tell me they need is not preferential treatment, but opportunity, mentorship, and the assurance that the system will reward competence and dedication. In fact, Belize has already examined quotas and rejected them when doing the Political Reform Commission in 1999 and the revision of the National Gender Policy in 2024, as both revealed that the lack of participation of women in public and political spheres are due to social and institutional barriers such as limited support by society, which we have already witnessed on social media, cultural expectation, lack of campaign financing, and political party gatekeeping. The use of quotas produces public backlash by questioning women's qualifications and undermining the legitimacy of female leadership. Remember, increasing women's representation through quotas does not automatically create gender-inclusive policy. Mexico and India still struggle to control high rates of femicide because women are seen as expendable. And despite having a bit over 30% women representation in lower chambers across the Caribbean and Latin America, as recorded by UN Women in 2026, women in the region still face lower wages, informal employment, and high levels of gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, if our goal is genuine and lasting gender equality, then we must focus on solutions that attack the root causes preventing women from entering and succeeding in leadership. Our goal should not be symbolic representation, but genuine empowerment. We must invest in leadership development and political training programs specifically for women, a structured national leadership pipeline for politics, implemented through partnerships between government, civil society, and educational institutions can equip women in skills in governance, policy development, campaigning, and public administration. Key examples would be encouraging national debate competitions on socioeconomic and political issues plaguing Belize, going further than having mock parliaments by creating shadow governments and youth caucuses to push for actionable change. Furthermore, this should be supported by structured mentorship by non-partisan networks that connect aspiring women leaders with those already serving. When women are trained, mentored, and prepared, they compete and succeed on merit. Currently, women hold 3 of the 31 seats in representative seats, and not to forget our speaker, make up approximately 12.5%. If we focus on education, mentorship, structural reform, and economic empowerment, we will not only increase numbers, we will cultivate generations of confident, capable women leaders who will shape the future of Belize. As the president of CWIL, Nana Bain, impressed upon us yesterday, gender should be part of the architecture of the systems used to govern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Curzal Bay, Minister of Human Development, Family Affairs, and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all honorable members who have contributed to this debate. I thank those who spoke in support of the motion, as well as those who gave their suggestions. The contributions on both sides have been measured, thoughtful, and reflective of the seriousness with which this honorable House approaches its work. Madam Speaker, it is through this exchange of views that our parliamentary democracy is strengthened. It is through this exchange of views that women will take up space and break the structural barriers in Belize. Having listened carefully, I remain firmly of the view that this motion addresses key concerns and existing gaps and represents a meaningful and necessary step forward in advancing the development in our country. We are not waiting for the glass slipper to be given to us. We are putting on a new pair of heels and stepping into these spaces where we belong. Madam Speaker, I am confident that this honorable House has been well served by the debate, and I trust that this motion will now proceed in accordance with our established procedures. I thank honorable members.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the motion be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Presentation of report from Select Committee. Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the motion approving the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in public, political, and economic spheres 2026 pass this day. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Health and Human Development Committee to consider the report to the House on the aforementioned motion. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Health and Human Development Committee has concluded its business. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House now do adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.
Be seated. Announcements by the President.
Good afternoon, honorable members. As we commence today's special sitting, this first of its kind in Belize, I extend a warm welcome to all members of the Parliament. To our distinguished guests in the public galleries, and to those joining us from home and beyond. At the outset, I wish to acknowledge and celebrate Women's Month. I extend a heartfelt greetings to all our women across the globe, and in a special way to my dearest mother, Miss Tamara Westby, and grandmother, Miss Caroline Yolanda Claire Westby. Women continues to serve as the backbone of our families, communities, and societies, and their contribution deserve our deepest recognition and appreciation. Honorable members, I dare say, honorable women parliamentarians. How does it feel to say it? As we undertake our duties today, I encourage us all to be guided by the endurance values of compassion, service, and justice in everything we do. Finally, I remind honorable members of the importance of adhering to the Standing Order 33 concerning the time manner of speaking, 35 regarding the interruption, 36 on the concept of speech, and 40 which governs the conduct of members not speaking. Let us continue to uphold these rules as we carry out our responsibility with integrity and purpose. I thank you.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the leader of our government business, Senator Hunson.
Madam President, I move that it's rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to fix by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I believe the aye has it.
Public business, government business, motion.
Madam President, this is the motion approving the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in public, political, and economic spheres 2026. I move, whereas the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, BDPFA, and the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, call upon states to implement structural and systemic measures to eliminate barriers preventing women's full participation in leadership and decision-making. And whereas the UNICEF Belize Gender Analysis 2023 highlights that despite existing legal and policy frameworks, women remain significantly underrepresented in decision-making roles, even though women constitute a substantial share of the population. And whereas Belize continues to exhibit one of the widest gender gaps in political empowerment within the region, with women estimated to be 93% less likely than men to have equal opportunities for political participation. And whereas additional structural barriers impede young women's pathway into leadership, including high rates of early marriage and unions relative to the region, rural and poverty-linked school dropout rates, and women's concentration in vulnerable forms of employment. And whereas young women leaders also face intersective challenges such as age-based discrimination within public and civic institutions, limited access to mentorship and sponsorship, continued underrepresentation in decision-making spaces at both national and local levels. And whereas these structural and social constraints reinforce unequal access to leadership opportunities and require a transformative systems-based approach that addresses institutional barriers, shifts normal, and strengthens leadership pipelines and promotes integral collaboration. And whereas temporary special measures, including quotas, reserved seats, leadership training, and targeting support mechanisms, are internationally recognized and recommended tools to accelerate equality by correcting historical and systemic exclusion from leadership and decision-making roles. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House supports the development and implementation of temporary special measures to advance the participation of young women in public, political, and economic leadership in fulfillment to the Belize's national and international commitments. And be it further resolved that the government shall take the necessary steps to A, establish appropriate mechanisms, including quotas or other affirmative measures, to increase the participation of women and young women in political and public leadership. B, implement national leadership development, mentorship, and capacity building programs to strengthen pathways for young women entering leadership roles. C, promote inclusive policies and institutional reforms to address barriers faced by rural, marginalized, and economically vulnerable young women. D, undertake public education and awareness initiatives to challenge harmful gender norms and promote inclusive and shared leadership. And E, strengthen collaboration among government, the National Assembly, civil society, educational institutions, and youth organizations to support sustained leadership development and inclusion. A pleasant day, Madam President, and to my fellow senators. Madam President, may I please refer to my notes? I rise today to move this motion, not merely as a form of policy, but as a matter of national urgency. Let us be unequivocal. The government's position is that Belize's most stagnant, yet most valuable asset is not our oil, our soil, or our seas. It is our human resource. Any nation that fails to utilize the human capital to its full capacity is a nation intentionally choosing to handicap its own GDP. Today, we choose to stop wasting that potential and start maximizing the full capacity of our people under the principle of national stewardship. We must look at the facts. Our young women are not just participating, they are excelling. They are graduating from secondary and tertiary institutions at higher rates according to the UNICEF gender analysis. They have met every academic standard we as legislators have set for them. Yet, a disconnect persists. When women are 93% less likely to hold leadership roles despite being the most educated cohort in our history, we are looking at a market failure. Why would we, as a government, invest millions of taxpayer dollars into the education of our daughters if we do not plan to legislate pathways for that education to actually serve the state? We must ensure that this national investment in the classroom also pays off in the halls of power. It took decades of consensus to finally ban child marriage in 2024. And while we celebrate that protection, we must realize that protection is only the floor and not the ceiling. Protection is the first step. Empowerment, that's the destination. We cannot ask our girls to grow with dignity if we do not provide for them a seat at the table of power. We cannot wait for another generation to ask for space. By acting now, we are implementing a transformative approach. We're moving from a state that merely guards our girls to a state that propels women. And some may raise concerns, regarding merit. To them, I will say, we can only achieve equality when we have these temporary special measures in place. TSMs are not about lowering standards. They are about broadening the search as a corrective temporary lens. They will allow us to allow correction to age-based discrimination and break structural and financial constraints that have been historically ignored in our rural and marginalized areas, which I'm pretty sure my fellow government senators will highlight today. As the Senate and every single person in this room, our goal is to set geographic subquotas to ensure that we are granting access that reflects the best of Belize, from Corozal to Toledo across all 6 districts. In doing so, we are finally fulfilling our binding international obligations under CEDAW and the Beijing Declaration. We are talking about accountability. So I'm also taking time to also say that we also need safety net thresholds in place so that we don't fall behind, and placement mandates that helps our parties to continue being more professional. So, Madam President, the time for deliberation, it has passed. The time for a decision is here. This motion is our duty owed to the people of Belize. I move that we pass this motion to ensure the face of Belizean leadership finally reflects the brilliance of its people. And I now open the floor to this debate. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Hudson. Now I recognize Honorable Pastor.
Good afternoon, Madam President and fellow colleagues. Madam President, may I refer to my notes? Madam President, how are women expected to advance in society if they are being led by incapable men? I rise today to commend the government for recognizing the importance of young women's leadership. It is a necessary step, but it is not enough. Because the truth is this: women are not being held back because they are unprepared. Women are being held back because they are not respected. Across all sectors in this country, women show up, women perform, Women deliver, yet too often they are still talked over, second-guessed, undermined, and overlooked. Madam President, that is the real issue. Not the absence of women, but the absence of respect. In Belize, young women are not just keeping up with men in education, and like Honorable Hanson mentioned, girls have higher completion rates at every level. Yet, despite this academic success, leadership and economic opportunities remain male-dominated. After the 2025 election, just 3 women were directly elected versus 28 men. That means nearly 9 out of every 10 elected representatives are men. Madam Speaker, how is it that women make up 50% of the population, but only 1 in 6 are lawmakers? Too many women are doing the work while men hold the title. Too many women are leading in practice, but not in authority. And when women do rise, they are not trusted to lead. They are controlled. Madam President, let us call it what it is. This is intimidation and insecurity dressed up as leadership. And no quota, no training program, no policy reform will fix a mindset that was never addressed in the first place. Because if one side is evolving and the other is not, we are not progressing. We are just creating more conflict. Madam President, I am doing my part. Through pageantry, I mentor young women. I train them in confidence, public speaking, advocacy, and leadership. I am helping to build strong, capable, outspoken young women who are ready to lead. But I must ask this House, where are the programs for our young men? Outside of sports, where do they go to learn how to speak with confidence? Where do they go to develop emotional intelligence? Where do they go to learn respect, discipline, true leadership? Or are we leaving them to figure it out on their own and then wonder why over 60% of women in this country are killed by the hands of men? Madam President, in this year alone, 22 men have already been murdered by other men. And as of this morning, I believe the numbers went up to 24. And we are only 3 months into 2026. Madam President, we cannot pour into one side of the equation and expect balance. We cannot raise powerful women and ignore the men they will have to work with, lead with, and be led by. That is not equality. That is just an imbalance by design. If we are serious about change, then we must raise better leaders on both sides. Men who are secure, not threatened. Men who are competent, not complacent. Men who lead with respect, not ego. Madam President, empowering women is essential, but empowerment without cultural change will not deliver equality. Real progress requires partnership. Young women and young men learning together, respecting each other, and leading together. Madam President, I remember when Mr. Gomez was teaching a plumbing class at IT Vet, and the young man rushed to the young girl to help her out, and he said, "Left alone, man, left alone, make it dig your own trench." And that was a true representation of women empowerment, showing young men that us as women can exist in the same space. I mean, I'm sure when our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Ms. Vernon, she mentioned her size. She's small in size. I'm sure when she goes out into the field with the cows, she doesn't get lost. She doesn't call the farm boy asking to save her. I'm sure the farm boy is the one calling her for advice because she's the educated vet. So, I urge this House to amend this motion. Let us have training and mentorship programs that include all of our youths. Let advocacy campaigns teach respect, inclusion, and shared leadership. Let policy reforms address barriers for women, but also confront harmful norms amongst our men. Let partnerships include schools, workplaces, community groups, so that equality is lived, not just legislated. Only then will our daughters lead without being undermined. Only then will our sons grow into leaders who uplift rather than compete through insecurity. Only then will women be safer in the spaces they should feel the most secure in. Only then will our young men turn away from violence and go more towards leadership. Only then will this motion achieve its true purpose. Madam President, for these reasons, I cannot support this motion in its current form. But I stand ready to support a more stronger and a more inclusive plan that builds leaders of integrity across our entire nation. Because you cannot legislate equality in a system that teaches men to disrespect it. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Murray.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam President, before I begin, can I ask for your permission to refer to my notes? Thank you. Leadership shapes experiences, sometimes in ways that leave a lasting impact. In my life, I learned that leadership can either empower or discourage, uplift or silence. So the question is, who gets to lead and who gets left behind? It is with that question in mind that I rise today as the independent senator representing the National Trade Union Congress of Belize and the Civil Society Steering Committee to lend my full support to this motion calling for the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in Belize. This issue is not abstract, it is measurable. As previously mentioned, following the 2025 general elections, women hold only 5 out of the 14 seats in this honorable Senate, about 36%. These numbers are not simply statistics. They are indicators of systematic imbalance. Madam President, from my experience within the civil society and the NGO sector, I have seen firsthand that barriers to leadership are not always formalized in law. More often, they're embedded in workplace culture, leadership styles, and access to opportunity. And I want to be clear that this issue is not only about increasing the number of women in leadership, but also about the type of leadership we are cultivating. Early in my career, I experienced a leadership environment that was not empowering. This experience involved leadership that was held by a woman, yet it was exclusionary and at times discouraging. I witnessed a young female colleague being verbally reprimanded for simple matters, and statements were made suggesting that we were easily replaceable. That kind of environment creates fear, discouragement, and silence, especially for young women who are just entering the workforce. None of us are replaceable. All of us are one of a kind. That experience stayed with me because it highlighted an important truth. Representation alone is not enough. What we need is transformational leadership. Transformational leadership is leadership that uplifts rather than intimidates. It builds confidence, encourages growth, and creates safe spaces for participation, and actively mentors and supports others to succeed. It is leadership that does not just hold power, but shares it and develops others. Because if we bring more women into leadership, but do not transform how leadership is practiced, we risk reproducing the same barriers we are trying to dismantle. This is why temporary special measures must go beyond symbolic inclusion. They must actively address the following: A, unequal access to mentorship and sponsorship; B, limited entry points into leadership pipelines; and C, workplace cultures that discourage participation and advancement. And importantly, Madam President, these measures must be grounded in our communities. Real change will not happen only in Belmopan or urban centers. It must reach our villages and smaller communities. As mentioned in the debate of the House of Representatives, this means implementing leadership workshops and training programs in rural communities, youth engagement activities that build confidence and public speaking skills, and community-based mentorship networks that connect young women to leaders across sectors. Because talent exists everywhere, but opportunity does not. Madam President, from a civil society and labor perspective, I wish to highlight 3 critical areas of implementation. First, we must establish clear targets and timelines. What gets measured gets delivered. Without accountability, progress will remain slow. Second, we must invest in intentional leadership pipelines, which includes structured mentorship, training, sponsorship programs that extend beyond urban spaces and actively include rural and economically vulnerable young women. Third, we must look at how people are selected for leadership roles and ensure those systems are fair and inclusive. Globally, countries that use quotas or targeted measures have higher female representation, over 30%, compared to about 23% in countries without them. These tools, when properly designed, can shift the baseline and create more equitable systems. As a representative of the labor movement, I emphasize that leadership equity is not just a political issue, it is a development issue. Inclusive and transformational leadership strengthens institutions, improves decision-making, and ensures that policies reflect the realities of all citizens. Madam President, some will argue that leadership should be based solely on merit. I agree with that principle, but merit cannot thrive where access is unequal. Temporary special measures do not replace merit. They create the conditions where merit can be seen, supported, and realized. This motion presents us with an opportunity, not only to acknowledge inequality, but to actively correct it, and to build leadership systems that are not only more representative, but also more inclusive, community-driven, and transformational. Madam President, this is not just about opening doors. It is about changing the structure of the room and empowering Belizean women to walk through it. And that responsibility rests with us. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Postantes.
Good day, Madam President and fellow senators. Madam President, may I refer to my notes? I rise today in strong support of this motion to advance temporary special measures for young women's leadership in Belize. Because this issue is not theoretical, it is lived, it is visible, and it is urgent. From a young age, many girls are taught to lead quietly. We are taught to participate, but not to dominate. We are taught to contribute, but not to challenge. And as we grow older, those subtle messages become real barriers. A young woman may have the qualifications and the ambition to lead, but no access to mentorship or networks. And even when she enters a leadership space, she may be told, both directly or indirectly, that she is too young, too inexperienced, or simply not the right fit. These are not isolated cases. They are everyday realities for young women across Belize. And even in spaces like this, spaces of leadership, we must ask ourselves, how many young women are truly given the same opportunity to rise, to speak, and to be heard? On a personal level, being a part of this Young Women in Leadership Parliament is an opportunity that, unfortunately, not every young woman has access to. And even here, we can recognize how powerful it is to be encouraged to speak, supported in leadership, and given a platform. Now, imagine if that level of support existed across our entire country. That is exactly what this motion is trying to achieve. Madam President, temporary special measures are not about giving women an unfair advantage. They are about addressing the very real disadvantages that already exist. Because when one group starts behind, treating everyone the same does not create equality. It maintains inequality. So you may ask, what does this measure look like in practice? Mentorship and leadership programs that connect young women with experienced leaders who can guide and support them is a very important one. Why don't we, as a nation, expand on the Young Women in Leadership Parliament here in Belize? Let's not allow this to be a one-time thing here. We have CIWIL here, which is the Belizean chapter of this organization. So we should give them some recognition as well. And how about we encourage our young women to take on existing courses? For example, the Women in Politics that is offered by the University of Belize. And I urge our nation, our government, to create scholarships, facilitate grants for women of all socioeconomic backgrounds to be able to access these courses and have a foundation in the leadership department. Let us open the door for our young women to be in rooms with current leaders. Let them ask questions, let them be heard, and let them find their footing. This is not about creating more leadership roles, but rather about opening the doors for women to stand in these current positions. These measures are not permanent. They are temporary, intentional steps to correct a system that has long been unbalanced. And once that balance is achieved, then they will no longer be needed. But without them, we are left hoping that change will come on its own and in due time. And hope, Madam President, is not a strategy. This motion is about action, it is about fairness, and it is about unlocking the full leadership potential of our entire nation. Because Belize cannot and it will not move forward if young women are held back. So today, we are not just debating a motion. We are deciding whether we are willing to actively create a more inclusive future or passively accept the inequalities of the past. I stand in firm support of this motion, and I urge this honorable House to do the same. Thank you, Madam President.
I now recognize Senator Sorto.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise today as a senator of the non-governmental organizations of Belize. And I rise with purpose and urgency, and with the voices of countless young women behind me. Madam President, allow me to tell you the story of Sukri. Sukri was a young girl in a northern village, top of her class, well-spoken, well-conducted, with a passion for math and science. But when it was time for her to go to high school, her father refused to send her for the mere fact that one, she was a girl, and two, because resources were scarce. A girl like Sukri could have been an engineer, an innovator, a national leader, had she simply been given the chance. Across our countries, many girls, especially in rural areas, enter early unions before they can complete their education or aspirations. Too many leave school not for a lack of ability, but because poverty and limited access leave them with no real alternative. These are not isolated stories. They reflect a structural barrier limiting half our population. According to the Global Gender Report 2025, Belize ranks 89th globally. Yes, we perform strongly in educational attainment, but that progress has not translated into equal outcomes. Women still face unemployment rate as twice as men and are pushed to part-time or informal work due to unpaid care and remain underrepresented in STEM fields. But the most concerning gap is the political empowerment. Women remain significantly underrepresented in national decision-making spaces, including this very chamber. For decades, leadership at the highest level has not reflected the reality of our population. That is not equality, that is not representation, and that is why this moment demands action. Every day, NGOs work on the front lines, in homes, classrooms, and communities, where policy becomes lived reality. And what they see is clear. Young women in Belize are not lacking talent, not lacking ambition, not lacking leadership, and as emphasized before, they are lacking opportunity, they are lacking access, they are navigating in a system that was never designed with them in mind. This is why Young Women's Christian Academy and Youth Enhancement Services provide vocational pathways, why the Belize Family Life Association and the National Women's Commission fight for reproductive health and childcare, why the National Commission for Family and Children build leadership through the Children's Parliament and the Children's Judicial League. They have strengthened confidence, expanded opportunities, but civil society cannot and should not carry this responsibility alone. There is more we can do nationally. One solution is NGO-led policy integration, creating a national NGO advisory council so the government no longer guesses what rural girls need, but consults the experts to see what the issues are in their lives every day. A permanent, legally recognized body that must be consulted before social legislations are passed. Another solution is public finances incentives, grants or tax benefits for political parties and institutions that increase women's representation. This is the carrot approach, not the stick. It makes gender equality a smart financial move, not just a moral one. We are asking the government to put its money where its mouth is. If an organization breaks the glass ceiling, the state should support that transition. And these are not radical ideas, they are practical, achievable. They strengthen our democracy and ensure voices of women and girls are not only heard, but acted upon. Madam President, as Senator Hanson said before, the time for incremental change has passed. The evidence is clear and the need is urgent. Women are not housemaid wives. They are liars, they are doctors, they are designers, they are chefs, they are farmers, and more, and much, much more. But most of all, we are fighters who fight a great fight to survive in this world that was not made for us. Today marks a historic day, not just for women in this chamber, but for all of the women watching across Belize and beyond. Madam President, I stand in full unwavering support of this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Flores.
Good afternoon, Madam President and fellow colleagues. Madam President, may I kindly refer to my notes? Madam President, I rise today to address not just inequality, but the quiet injustice of unrealized potential. Because in Belize, far too often, a young woman's future is determined not by her ability, but by her access. Madam President, the most significant barrier facing young women in Belize is the financial inequality, particularly for those in low-income and rural communities, where opportunities is not simply limited, it is structurally out of reach. According to findings from UNICEF Belize, over 40% of children in our country are living in poverty, and this reality is not abstract. It dictates whether a young woman can remain in school, whether she can afford transportation, and whether her ambitions are nurtured or quietly abandoned because they're never given a chance to grow. We see this inequality reflected starkly in education outcomes. Data from UNICEF Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey shows that only about 55% of girls in Belize reach upper secondary education. This means nearly half are leaving the system before completion, not due to lack of intelligence, not due to lack of drive, but due to financial constraint. At the same time, findings from UNICEF report a teenage pregnancy rate of 58 births per 1,000 girls. But what is even more enlightening is the disparity across income levels. Girls in the poorest household face rates as high as 104 per 1,000 girls, compared to just 27 in 1,000 in the wealthiest households. Madam President, this is not a coincidence. This is inequality, deeply rooted in economic conditions, shaping outcomes long before choices can even be made. And the disparity does not end at education. Even when women overcome these barriers and enter the workforce, they continue to face systematic disadvantages. Research from the University of Belize indicate that women earn up to 20% less than men, even within similar sectors. This demonstrates that inequality persists, not only in opportunity, but in outcome. Madam President, inequality in Belize operates in layers, first by restricting access, and then by limiting advancement. However, to truly understand this issue, we must go beyond statistics and examine the lived realities of women in our rural communities. In districts such as Toledo and other under-reserved regions, young women are often forced to leave school early, not because they lack ambition, but because they must contribute to their household, because they must take care of their siblings, or they must raise a child of their own. But perhaps most critically, Madam President, many of these women are never even aware that these opportunities even exist. Because while we speak of programs, funding, empowerment, the truth is a significant portion of rural communities in Belize have limited or no reliable access to Wi-Fi or digital platforms, meaning the very opportunities designed to uplift them then remain invisible. And an opportunity that cannot be seen cannot be accessed. So the issue before us today is not only one of inequality, it is of disconnection. If we are serious about creating change, we must not only invest in programs, we must ensure those programs are reachable, visible, and accessible in real terms. And Madam President, the solution is clear. We must invest in fully funded community-based education and financial empowerment programs, paired with direct, on-the-ground outreach in rural communities. This means bringing programs physically into villages and underserved areas, rather than expecting women to travel to urban centers. It means utilizing community outreach officers, local leaders, and school networks to actively spread awareness. And it means ensuring that the information is not just delivered through radio, community boards, and face-to-face engagement, not just online platforms. Because, Madam President, if access depends on Wi-Fi, then access is truly unequal. When we remove both the financial barriers and the visibility barriers, we do more than create opportunities. We create inclusion. We allow women not only to participate, but to see themselves as participants in a future that once felt so far away. Madam President, inequality is not sustained by a lack of talent. It is sustained by a lack of access, a lack of visibility, and a lack of intentional investment. And until we bring the opportunity directly to the women who need it the most, we will continue to exclude them from the very future we claim to be building. Ooh, give me a second. Because when a young woman is given access, not just in theory, but in reality, she does not simply change her own life. She transforms her family, strengthens her community, and redefines what is possible for the next generation. Madam President, I stand strong support of this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Muskin.
Good afternoon, Madam President and distinguished colleagues of this Assembly. Madam President, may I refer to my notes from time to time? I rise today in support of the goal of this motion, but in opposition to the mechanisms being proposed to achieve it. Let me say clearly from the onset, advancing young women's leadership in public, political, and economic life is essential for Belize's development. When women participate fully in leadership, governance becomes stronger, policies become more responsive, and our democracy becomes more inclusive. We have seen this in our own region through the contributions of leaders like the Honorable Mia Motley, who has played a significant role in advancing governance and public policy in Barbados. So the issue before us today is not whether women should lead. I believe we all agree that they should. The real question, Madam President, is how we build leadership systems that are credible, equitable, and sustainable. Now, we must also be honest with ourselves. Women in Belize still face real barriers in politics. Gender stereotypes continue to shape public perceptions, and too often, women leaders are expected to represent the interests of all women, an expectation that is rarely placed on their male counterparts. These realities justify targeted action. But honorable colleagues, equity must be implemented wisely. Madam President, we must consider how the proposed measures fit within Belize's electoral systems. What my colleagues have failed to mention is that in many countries where gender quotas and reserved seats have been successful, they operate within proportional representation systems, where political parties submit ranked candidate lists. In fact, global data shows that the majority of countries implementing gender quotas use these proportional or mixed electoral systems, where the measures are easier to apply effectively. Belize, however, operates differently. Our system is winner takes all. We elect representatives through single constituencies, where voters choose an individual candidate. And my colleagues know this reality well. Political parties rely often on incumbents who consistently win their constituencies. Replacing those candidates won't be straightforward. The result will be that political parties will nominate women in constituencies that are harder to win, rather than in constituencies with strong winning histories. Thus, we succumbing our women to the very thing that we are all here fighting against, tokenism. If we want lasting and real progress, political parties themselves must play a stronger role in building the leadership pipeline. That means identifying, mentoring, and supporting women leaders long before the election cycle begins. Leadership doesn't appear overnight. It grows through political sponsorship, experience, exposure to governance processes, and access to networks of influence. When women enter political spaces, they should do so as credible and competitive candidates prepared to govern effectively. Another important point we must consider is the experience of rural and marginalized women. Like my colleagues have mentioned, Madam President, across several parts of Belize, especially in indigenous and rural communities, traditional social structures remain strongly patriarchal. These realities cannot be transformed through policy declarations alone. So we must ask ourselves, who will these programs truly reach? How will leadership programs reach young women in remote communities where political networks are limited? How will economically vulnerable young women participate in leadership development if they must prioritize income generation or caregiving responsibilities? And how will these programs take into account patriarchal family and community structures that often influence women's ability to participate in leadership? My fellow colleagues, without sustained and greater investment in education, mentorship, and economic opportunity, leadership programs may unintentionally benefit those already closest to opportunity, while the women we most hope to empower remain excluded. True equity means ensuring that the women with the least access to opportunity are not the last to benefit from the policies designed to empower them. And colleagues, if we fail to address these structural foundations, then even the most well-intentioned policies may produce short-term gains without creating lasting change. Madam President, advancing women's leadership requires more than allocating seats. It requires transforming the systems that shape access to leadership, from education and mentorship to economic opportunity and institutional pathways. So while I fully support the objective of accelerating young women's leadership in Belize, I cannot support this motion as currently framed. Our responsibility as legislators is not only to increase representation, but to ensure that when women rise to leadership, they do so prepared, respected, and empowered to lead. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Moody.
Madam President, may I refer to my notes? Madam President, honorable members of the Senate, today I rise in strong support of this motion to develop temporary special measures that will accelerate women's leadership in Belize. This motion is not about giving special treatment. It is about recognizing the reality of that women already play a critical role in our country. Yet they remain underrepresented in many leadership spaces. If we truly want Belize to progress, we must ensure that the people who are already contributing greatly to our society are also given the opportunity to lead. Madam President, there are two clear reasons why I strongly support this motion. Firstly, women are already essential to Belize's workforce, especially in the sectors that shape our society, yet they are not equally represented in leadership. For example, in Belize, women make up a large majority of professionals in key public service fields. According to data from World Bank and UNESCO Institute for Statistics, in 2023, approximately 76% of primary school teachers in Belize are women, meaning that the majority of those educating our children and shaping our future are female. In the healthcare system, women also play a dominant role. Data from the Pan American Health Organization published in 2009 shows that about 68% of healthcare workforce are female. And more recent reports indicate that approximately 95% of nurses in Belize are women as of 2020. However, despite the overwhelming representation, leadership at the highest level does not reflect this reality. The position of Minister of Education and Minister of Health, for example, two sectors heavily supported by women, are currently held by men. This is not to discredit their leadership, but it highlights an important imbalance. The very sectors that rely mostly on women contributions are not always led by women. This raises an important question. If women are leading in practice, why are they not leading in position? This motion helps to address that gap by ensuring the qualified women are not overlooked when leadership opportunities arise. Second, investing in women's leadership will strengthen Belize's future. Leadership does not develop overnight. It requires opportunity, mentorship, and experience. When women are given access to leadership training and support, they gain the confidence and skills needed to step forward and lead. Belize is a small country with very big ambitions. To achieve those ambitions, we cannot afford to leave half of our population out of leadership. When women are empowered to lead, they bring fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and strong commitment to improving their communities. Their voices help shape policies that are more balanced, inclusive, and effective for everyone, Madam President. However, while this motion is an important step forward, I would like to offer a stronger and more targeted recommendation to enhance its implementation. In addition to general programs, Belize should develop structured, sector-specific leadership pipelines within the fields like education and healthcare. This means that experienced women, such as senior teachers, principals, nurses, and doctors, should be formally supported to mentor younger women entering those professions. This mentorship system should be beyond basic guidance. They should include leadership workshops, policy training, decision-making simulations, and direct exposure to administrative and governmental roles. Women in these sectors should be given opportunities to participate in leadership communities, shadow senior officials, and even contribute to policy decisions. At the same time, the hiring and promotion progress within these sectors may be carefully reviewed to ensure that qualified women are given fair and equal consideration for leadership roles. Because this issue is not a lack of talent, it is a lack of access and opportunity. By creating these structured pathways, we are not just encouraging women to lead, we are actively preparing them to step forward in leadership with confidence and capacity. Madam President, this motion ensures that the women who are already building this country, our country, are also given the opportunity to help lead it. Because when we empower women to lead, we are not just supporting equality, we are securing the future of a better Belize. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Liang.
Madam President, with your permission, may I please refer to my notes when necessary? Madam President, I rise today to give my support to the motion. Let us treat these temporary special measures as a foundation, not the finish line, until young women's leadership in business is woven into the fabric of our society. These measures of this motion will harmonize efforts between the business community, schools, and youth organizations, creating comprehensive entrepreneurial courses and dynamic mentorship programs. The government of Belize, along with private sector, financial institutions, and NGOs, has been instrumental in supporting and empowering both emerging and established women entrepreneurs. For instance, the Belize Enterprise Empowerment Program Initiative, a collaboration between Beltrade, the Office of the Prime Minister, and the CARICOM Development Fund, provided 29 entrepreneurs with a $7,000 grant last year in 2025. The International Network of Women in Business, being Belize's first women entrepreneurship nonprofit organization, is soon to launch its Catalyze Her Potential program with IDB Labs to stimulate economic growth for women-owned MSMEs. However, we must not wait for our young women, particularly from high school or college, to independently engage in these initiatives and to navigate the robust world of entrepreneurship. Instead, we must integrate partnership programs and courses, whether new or existing, into urban and rural schools to lay the foundation for aspiring young entrepreneurs. These efforts should also be extended to deepen the relationship with the Department of Youth Services, to elevate upskilling and personal development training for young women to develop products and services our country needs. When we do this, we are no longer romanticizing young women in entrepreneurship, having side hustles and small businesses, Instead, it shifts the mindset that young women are capable of starting scalable businesses that will one day become corporations or franchises. We should no longer tantalize their entrepreneurial aspirations with simply the basics, under-preparing our young women for the risky yet fulfilling journey that lies ahead of their business. Hence, mentorship plays a key role in providing guidance, encouragement, and inspiration from successful entrepreneurs and other business experts. When I started my handmade jewelry business during university in 2019, I sought advice from entrepreneurs in my field, like Khadija Asalis from Cash Expressions. It is because of mentors like her that makes young women realize that their small business or side hustles can become lasting enterprises. Therefore, if more young women have access to mentorship opportunities, we will ignite possibilities for more young women leaders, because empowered women empower women. In essence, uplifting young women in entrepreneurship, especially high school and undergraduate students, will stimulate innovation, increase business formalization, create jobs, open doors to more regional and international opportunities, produce more mentors, and teach young women to create scalable, competitive, and sustainable businesses that can not only impact Belize, but the region. Moreover, it will inspire women leaders beyond business, like our national heroine, Gwendolyn Lizarraga, a chicle and mahogany contractor who made history as the first woman elected to the House of Representatives. To present-day trailblazers like Ella Carr, a renowned restaurant owner, now the chairlady of Hopkins Village. As I conclude, I am reminded of the powerful words from the poem, Our Time Is Now. If they refuse to give us seats at the table, we build our own tables, because our time is now. Not tomorrow, not next year, not 10 years down the road. Our time is now. Madam President, the business community is ready. Our schools must be ready, and our young women have been ready. I urge this honorable House to support this motion today. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bernard, sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Madam President and colleagues. Madam President, may I refer to my notes? Thank you. Before I begin, let me ask one question. If young women make up more than half of Belize population, why are we still minority at the decision-making table? Good day. I rise in strong support of this motion to adopt and implement temporary special measures to young women leadership in Belize. My central argument is this: the issue in Belize is not lack of merit, it is the weight of social construct, limited political exposure, and structural barriers that continue to restrict young women from leadership. In Belize society, we must be honest about time norms have shaped us. For generations, women have often been expected to remain in the background, to prioritize the home, to support, but not to lead in political or national spaces. Leadership in politics has often been seen as a male-dominated arena. These are not always spoken rules, but they are deeply felt. And as a result, many young women grow up without exposure to political system, without mentorship, and without being encouraged to see themselves at the decision-making tables. This creates a cycle where talent exists but opportunity does not. So when we speak about merit, we must be clear. Merit cannot be strived, access is limited. Because true merit requires opportunity, exposure, and support. And this is why temporary measure becomes essential. They are not becoming replacement merit. They are about allowing merit to be seen. They are about breaking down structural barriers and not challenging outdated social norms that no longer serve our development as a nation. Now, what solution should Belize adopt? First, we must strengthen mentorship and leadership programs, practically through the institution like Department of Youth Service, which already plays a critical role in youth and women's development across our communities. Second, we must expand political exposure opportunities, ensuring that young women are included in national dialogues, policy decision, and leadership spaces from an early stage. Third, we must implement temporary inclusion measures such as quotas or reserve opportunity to representation while these deeper barriers are being addressed. And we know these strategies work. Countries like Rwanda have used international policy to transform representation, while nations like Sweden have challenged social norms through inclusive system and mentorship. These examples show us that change is possible when action is intentional. But beyond policy, we must also shift mindset, because as women, we are not only leaders when we enter politics, we are leaders in our homes, in our communities, in our business, and every spaces where we create impact. Leadership is not a title, it is who we are. Belize cannot move forward while limiting the potential of young women. We must challenge outdated norms, we must remove structural barriers, and we must create real pathways for leadership. Because when young women rise, not just as a political figure, but as a leader in every sense, Belize rise with them. This is not about special treatment, this is about rightful placement, and our place is in leadership. Madam President, I am in full support of this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Novello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam President, may I refer to my notes? Madam President, As an independent voice in this Senate, I am guided not by party lines, but by faith and conscience and the responsibility to defend the vulnerable. I rise today in representation of the Evangelical Association of Churches in Belize, and I give my full support to this motion to let women know that they must be empowered, but not only to speak up, but to be heard, to be helped, and to be protected. According to the Belize Crime Observatory, 9 out of every 10 domestic violence reports involve women as victims in Belize. Behind every statistic is a life with a name, a story, and a future. Consider the tragedy of Angelita Magana and her 2 children, who on October 20, 2025, in San Felipe village, were burned alive at their home by her former partner. She spoke, she sought help, yet the system failed her. So I ask you, is empowerment enough without protection? Or are we giving women a voice and then leaving them vulnerable after they use it? Section E of this motion is about strengthening partnerships between government, civil society, and institutions. The truth is that the church is and has been on the front lines. When a woman is hurting, where does she go? She goes to her pastor. She goes to her church. Madam President, the church holds moral authority in Belize, and with that authority comes responsibility. So we must capacitate our churches and leaders not just to pray, but to act, not just to comfort, but to guide victims towards safety and protection. And moreover, we must empower our women in churches to support other women, because sometimes the safest person for a hurting woman is to speak to another woman who understands. Women in the church can become first responders of care, guidance, and protection, helping victims to speak up, connecting them to resources, and ensuring that they are not alone. But protection also requires partnership. A real system must involve the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of Human Development and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions working together to ensure safety. And yes, this requires resources. International standards show that the proper witness protection program includes safe housing, relocation, security, and even psychological support. But to put an end to the domestic violence we see in our country, we must tackle the family, the very foundation of society. Ephesians 5 verses 22 to 25 tells us that wives are to submit to their husbands as to the Lord. But too often I hear, wives, submit to your husbands. And they stop there. They forget the rest of it. But scripture also says, husbands, love your wives sacrificially just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. Do our homes reflect that kind of love? Statistics say otherwise, because when women are unsafe, families are broken. And when families are broken, the nation suffers. When women and children are protected physically, emotionally, mentally, our country becomes safer, healthier, and stronger. So I ask you, senators, and to the people watching, when a woman finds the courage to speak, will she be protected? When a witness steps forward, will they be safe? Or will fear continue to silence justice? Proverbs 31, 8-9 calls us to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves and to defend the vulnerable. That is not just a suggestion, it is our responsibility. So I stand today for the woman too afraid to speak. I stand for the child growing up in fear. I stand for sexual assault survivors whose voices have been silenced. I stand for Angelita Magana and her children. and for all the families we may never hear from. Madam President, it is our duty to give them protection, justice, and hope. Let us empower women to speak. Let us capacitate our women leaders in our church to act. Let us build families rooted in love, respect, and safety. Because when families thrive, Belize thrives. May God bless Belize. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Rakenya.
Madam President and fellow colleagues. Madam President, may I kindly refer to my notes? Madam President, I rise today in strong and principled support of this motion brought forward by Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs. This motion is not simply about representation. It is about justice, equity, and fulfilling Belize's national and international commitments. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women clearly call on states to remove structural barriers that prevent women from participating fully in leadership and decision-making. Belize has made these commitments. The question before us is whether we will meaningfully act on them. The evidence shows that action is urgently needed. According to the World Bank Data Hub in 2024, women remain significantly underrepresented in decision-making roles with only about 15% of the seats in the National Assembly, despite existing frameworks and policies. That statistics alone should move this House to action. While doing my research, I found the presentation of these information to be quite entrapping, as if though that should be the state of affairs or that it should always remain that way. Especially because the few women that are at the forefront of leadership, particularly in politics, their positions are often perceived as a token rather than something that they have earned. Madam President, I want to make my point very clear, especially in regards to sentiments and question raised by Senator Pastor. When I say that leadership is not just about a particular sex or gender being at the forefront, but rather it's about an individual's capacity to lead. Despite this, the gaps has always been that those who were given these leadership roles wasn't solely on their ability and their capacity to lead, but simply because they are male and were given what seems to be the manly job. In addition, this is not simply about creating policies and interventions that can work to equalize the landscape of leadership between men and women, but also to address and make acknowledgement of the root cause, that being the gender expectations of what women should be that has held them back from even acquiring these opportunities to be at the forefront of leadership. Nobel Peace Prize laureate Wangari Maathai said, "The further you go, the fewer women there are." And as previously mentioned before by my colleagues, women in Belize make up about half of the population, and still there is no 50-50 chances of a woman being at the leadership table. At the heart of this inequality lies deeply embedded gender expectations. From a young age, girls are often taught to be accommodating rather than assertive, and to be supportive rather than to lead. Leadership, whether in politics, business, or public life, is still too often seen as a male domain. As a result, when young women step forward, they're not only challenging the system, but also societal norms. And for many, especially those in rural or economically vulnerable communities, the barriers are even greater. Early unions, school dropouts, and limited access to opportunities further restrict their pathways to leadership. Madam President, These are not individual failures. These are structural and systematic barriers that require structural and systematic solutions. I recall a moment that clearly illustrated how deeply gender bias is rooted in our everyday interactions. I was at a restaurant with two individuals I consider great mentors of mine, one male and one female. Now, it's important to note that the female mentor took us out on her behalf, and when it was time to pay the bill, the waiter handed the check holder to the male mentor and was then corrected that the female is the one who is paying. The waiter responds, "I not give bills to women if a man is around the table." In that moment, I realized something troubling. Even when a woman takes responsibility, takes leadership, and takes action, gender expectations are so deeply engraved that the woman's ability to be independent is still overlooked. It's one thing to know this intellectually, but another to witness and feel it emotionally. Madam President, this is how gender inequality operates. It does so not only through laws and policies, but also through subtle, everyday assumptions that reinforce the idea that leadership and authority belongs to men. This single story is one that I know many Belizean women can relate to in some way or another. This is why temporary special measures are our veritable pillar of support, enabling initiatives that invite women to acquire leadership skills and to be in position of power. These measures are serious business and should not be mistaken for reverse discrimination or unfair advantages, because you know what is truly unfair? A system where opportunity is not equally distributed. Through the integration of gender sensitivity and leadership modules in school, we can track impact through increased female participation in debates, student leadership roles, and civic programs across districts. Similarly, by promoting the removal of gender-specific roles in professions through targeted campaigns, internships, and equal access initiatives, we can measure programs through higher female entry into non-traditional fields and leadership positions over time. These are temporary interventions that can be implemented over a defined period and supported by existing educational and institutional structures, making them both practical and cost-effective. However, though they are temporary, their impact is long-lasting as they reshape mindsets, normalize inclusive leadership, and create a generation that no longer views opportunity through the lens of gender. Madam President, the evidence is clear. The barriers are known, and the solutions are before us. The question is no longer whether change is needed, but whether we are willing to act on what we already know. A maxim that I live by is knowledge without application is useless. Our young women do not need more recognition of the problem. Our young women need opportunity, they need access, and they need support. This motion and the measures it proposes moves us from awareness to action. They provide a clear and practical pathway to ensuring that young women in Belize are not only prepared to lead, but are given a fair chance to do so. If we are serious about development, if we are serious about equality, and if we are serious about the future of our country, then we must be intentional in the steps we take today. Before I end, to all the women here today, and especially to the remaining 209,596 across Belize that couldn't be here today, I want you to know that power isn't given to you. You have to take it. And so, if you are a part of a group that is called Other, that doesn't get to be at the center of a stage, build your own stage and make them see you. Know that your difference is beautiful, and your ability to fight for others that are different from you is beautiful as well. Let us not be a generation that understood the problem but failed to act. Let us be the generation that turned knowledge into impact and intention into opportunity. Madam President, I fully support this motion. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Sutherland.
Good afternoon, Madam President and fellow colleagues. Madam President, may I ask for permission to refer to my notes? I would like to start off by saying I support the objective of empowering young women to lead. But if we are serious about that goal, then we must move beyond agreement and focus on action, because empowering young women requires more than words. It requires a clear and practical plan. One of the most powerful tools we have is education. Our education system must be intentional, not just about academic success, but about building leadership, confidence, and civic participation amongst young women. Schools should be places where students are encouraged to think critically, speak up, and take on leadership roles. This must start at a younger age, not only at the secondary level, but even in primary schools. Civic participation should be something students grow into, not something that they are introduced to when it's too late. As students grow older, opportunities should expand into leadership programs, debate clubs, youth councils, and student initiatives that give girls real opportunities to participate in decision-making. Like my fellow colleague said, equally important is mentorship. To make mentorship effective, it must be structured and accessible. This means creating organized programs where young women are paired with mentors based on their interests and goals. Schools and organizations can host mentorship days, career talks, and ongoing guidance programs where young women can receive consistent support, not just a one-time inspiration. Digital platforms can also be used to connect mentors and mentees across the country, ensuring that every young woman in underserved communities have access to guidance. Many young women do not lack ability, they lack access to guidance, to networks, and to role models who can help them navigate leadership pathways. We've seen globally that when mentorship and leadership programs are properly supported, results follow. In Rwanda, for example, women now hold over 60% of parliamentary seats, the highest in the world, due to deliberate policies and leadership development efforts. In countries like Canada and the United Kingdom, structured girl leadership programs have significantly increased young women's participation in civic and community leadership. These examples show us that progress is possible not only when it is intentional. Partnerships are also key. The government cannot do this alone. Collaboration between schools, civil society, youth organizations, and the private sector is essential to creating real opportunities for young women. We must also recognize and support the work already being done by organizations such as CWIL, which continues to create opportunities for young women across Belize and the Caribbean. While we are grateful for the support provided by Global Affairs Canada, which has made programs like this possible, there is a clear need for increased government investment in local initiatives. Strengthening funding for these organizations will allow them to expand their reach and impact, ensuring that more young women can benefit from leadership training and development opportunities. So, Madam President, if we are to move forward, our approach must be clear and actionable. First, establish a national young women's leadership program that identifies and supports girls at the secondary and tertiary levels through training, mentorship, and leadership exposure. Second, create a structured mentorship network that connects young women with experienced female leaders across government, business, and civil society, ensuring guidance is accessible, not accidental. Third, integrate leadership development into the education system so that every young woman, regardless of her background, has the opportunity to build confidence and decision-making skills. Fourth, provide funding and institutional support for youth-led initiatives so that young women are not just learning leadership, but actively practicing it in their communities. Madam President, the truth remains, a nation cannot truly reach its full potential if the voices, talent, and perspective of women are not represented in the spaces where decisions are made. Leadership should reflect the diversity of the society it serves, and that includes women. Representation matters, especially for younger generations. When girls see women actively participating in leadership, it changes how they see themselves. It helps them realize that their voices matter and that leadership is something that they can aspire to. We have made progress. Women are stepping forward, speaking up, and contributing meaningfully across every sector of society. But progress does not mean that the work is finished. Many young women still face real barriers, including limited access to education, a lack of mentorship, economic challenges, and persistent stereotypes about what a leader should look like. Too often, leadership is still imagined in ways that leave young women out. As members of the opposition, our responsibility is not just to support good ideas, but to ensure that they are practical, measurable, and capable of creating real change. When young women are given the tools and opportunities to lead, they bring fresh perspective and solution that benefits the entire community. When women lead, family thrives, communities grow stronger, and our community moves forward. So yes, Madam President, we support the spirit of this motion, but support must be matched with action that is intentional, inclusive, and measurable. Because empowering young women is not just about fairness, it is about national development. When young women rise to leadership, Belize rises with them. Thank you.
I recognize the leader of the government, Senator Maslin.
Madam President, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all the honorable senators of this House who have contributed to this debate. I thank those who spoke in support of this motion, as well as those who have voiced their dissent. It is through these measures of thoughtful exchange that our parliamentary democracy is truly strengthened. However, having listened carefully to the concerns regarding the fit of quotas in our society, unfair mechanism, or even lack of respect, I want to say we cannot use this as a hesitation because it can't be a permanent anchor of our future. To those who say Belize is not ready for such mechanisms, I argue that a society is never ready for change until it has the courage to truly implement it. We are not reviving old failures. We are answering new, urgent ones. So, we cannot afford to leave half of the society on the sidelines due to reasons such as structural constraints, financial barriers, lack of mentorship, or even lack of education parity, concerns that have been brought up by all the senators present today. Madam President, no matter the outcome today, whether we reach a total consensus or find that we still have polishing to do, let it be known that no matter the outcome, this government, whether it be the upper or the lower house, will be right back here in this stand, relentlessly pushing to ensure that this motion will come to pass. Temporary special measures are not about creating disadvantages. It is about fixing imbalances that have been straining our national engine. When these gaps shrink, our economy grows more resilient and our families grow more stable. This motion is a necessary leap forward for the development of everyone, and I trust it will now proceed in accordance with our established procedures to build a more equitable Belize for all. I thank the honorable members once again, and I completely support this motion.
Honorable member, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Committee of the Whole Senate on motion.
Honorable members, in accordance with the Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now remove itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee and Committee of the Whole Senate to consider the motion referred to it. Honorable member, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Convention and Foreign Affairs Committee.
government business motion, adoption of motion.
I recognize the leader of government business, Senator Maslin Hunt.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the motion approving the development of temporary special measures to accelerate young women's leadership in public, political, and economic spheres 2026, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore to be resolved that this honorable house support the development and implementations of temporary special measures to advance the participation of young women in public, political, and economic leadership in fulfillment of Belize national and international commitment. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I believe the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is, and to be further resolved, that the government shall take necessary steps to A, establish appropriate mechanism to include quota or other formative measures to increase participations of women and young women in political and public leadership. B, implement national leadership development, mentorship, and capacity building programs to strengthen pathway for young women entering leadership roles. C, promote inclusive policies and international reforms to address barriers facing by rural, marginalized, and economical vulnerable young women. D, undertake public education and awareness inclusive to challenge harmful gender norms and promote inclusive and shared leadership. And E, strengthen collaborations among government and the National Assembly, civic society, educational instructions, and youth organization to support sustained leadership development and includes governance. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn. Thank you.
I recognize the leader of government business, Senator Maslin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move now that the Senate be now adjourned.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stand adjourned.